It's my theme song to Love the Black Jeans on. Put the jeans on. Put the beans on. And then we know it. And you know it. And you know it. Oh! And then bitches like the Romans. And you know it. And you know it. Bitches.
Jeff is a heroin addict and has been for the last 14 years. He is 6'5", weighs 153 pounds, and has now found himself in the unfortunate circumstance of being charged with armed robbery. This is in the state of Georgia, so if found guilty, they will render him the minimum term of 10 years without parole, up to the maximum term of life in prison. Jeff has been through the system multiple times over, and he will know that if indeed found guilty, his sentence will be considerably longer than the minimum 10 years due to his previous convictions.
Jeff, do you understand your rights, yes or no? I'm not asking if you want to talk to me at this point. I just wondered, do you understand what I read to you?
So am I under arrest?
Yes, you're under arrest.
Get me back to the cell. I don't talk to you, motherfucker.
Okay, fair enough. You want a Coke?
Yeah.
You gonna be able to pop it open, or you need me to?
Jeff has become somewhat of a cult figure in the domain of interrogation footage. His recognition seems to have grown through his own popularity, as opposed to the notoriety of his crimes, like most others. Conveying the exact reasoning behind this can be tricky, as the interest in this character will no doubt vary by the individual. Yet we found the most collective reason can be explained through a single pop culture reference: the anti-hero. While the concept is timeless, the actual term was created through the realm of modern cinema. There's a diverse number of characters passing through the decades that fit the criteria. Yet perhaps the most textbook example could be the protagonist from the 2003 feature Bad Santa, a middle-aged man simply known as Willie. This is a character that lies, cheats, conceivable amount of alcohol, and is generally extremely unpleasant to every single person he comes across.
Look who's here, Jimmy. It's Santa.
Okay, right.
Let's tell him what you want for Christmas.
I'm on my fucking lunch break, okay?
On paper, this is an extremely unlikable individual, yet for some reason, we root for him while following his story. Anti-heroes are flawed, as are we. Their moral complexity mirrors our own, and just like us, they are learning and growing as they move along the path of life. Their mistakes make us think of our mistakes, and perhaps the reason we root for their redemption is the reflection of ourselves rooting for our own. So you're curious about the contrast between the anti-hero and the villain. One we embrace and relate to, while the other we despise and detach from. Both are driven by selfish motivations, yet our emotional response differs between them. The reason for this, while not necessarily obvious, is a relatively simple formula. The anti-hero must have a glimmer of humanity alongside a noticeable vulnerability. This is what allows the viewer to truly connect with the character. It allows us to forgive them when they are unethical, but admire them when they are noble. It allows them to be angry, cowardly, and greedy, but also cheerful, brave, and empathetic.
Who the fuck is Thurman? Is that you? Is your name Thurman?
Yeah.
Thurman Merman?
Yeah.
Jesus.
With relation to Jeff, while many of us can't relate to the feeling of being addicted to heroin for well over a decade, we can certainly understand the feeling of sadness. While we may not be able to put ourselves directly in the shoes of an addict, we can somewhat relate to the adversity that comes with it, not to mention the incredible magnitude of the situation he is going through in this video. How he responds to this very moment is quite literally the precursor to his entire future. He is at a crossroad moment in life, where on one side is the possibility of hope, and on the other side is the outright guarantee of despair. The long-term path he goes down will be the consequences of the short-term choices he makes, all of which have to be judged and decided on while going through the early stages of heroin withdrawal.
I need methadone.
You need methadone?
Yeah, you give me that methadone? Yeah.
I don't have any. Do you have medication for it, or a prescription for it? Or?
No.
What do you need methadone for?
Because I'm a fucking junkie, and you guys, I can't get no methadone. I'm gonna go through withdrawal here in a minute.
Where do you usually get your methadone from?
I don't get it. I get heroin.
How long you been using heroin?
Long time, buddy. What are you trying to talk to me about here?
Talk to you about what happened last night. Look, here's the deal. Either you're in a bad set of circumstances, or you went and committed an armed robbery last night.
Yeah, right? I'm in a shitty, wrong place at wrong time, obviously. I didn't commit no fucking armed robbery.
All right, then let's talk about this. Let's
I don't
not
have nothing. I don't talk to the police, man.
I think it's in your best interest to.
How? I don't talk to the police.
Here, okay.
I've been through the system, but I know
you have. I know you have.
You're not my friend.
I'm not your friend.
You're trying to fucking get me. Or
I'm not trying to get you.
All you're trying to get is some fucking stupid-ass fucking confession, and you're not going to get one.
Jeff, I'm not going to get a confession out of you.
Jeff is 100% right.
Exactly, because I don't do nothing.
Jeff.
Okay, I'm going to tell you, I ain't commit no armed robbery, and y'all ain't got no fucking evidence saying I did. Let me go. All you did is find me sitting in my buddy's house because my fucking buddy's dog's going ape shit. I go outside, there are cops everywhere. And they spotlight me. They say, come here. I say, what's up? They search me. They ain't find nothing. What's
Let
up?
me read this.
No.
Yes.
Because I'm not going to sign it.
You don't have to sign it. But let me read it for you. Okay?
I'm not signing nothing.
You don't have to sign it. Let me read it.
You already read it to me earlier.
I know we did, but I'm going to read it to you again.
Thanks for the tip.
You're welcome. Before we ask any questions, you must understand what your rights are. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one, a lawyer will be provided for you. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you still have the right. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. Do you understand the rights I've explained to you?
No.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me what happened last night. Plain and simple. Your side of the story.
I'm not talking to you. I'm a lawyer.
All right. This is what I don't understand. I know, but this is what I don't understand, Jeff. You were sitting there talking just like you were ready to
Did you hear him? He said he wanted a lawyer. This interview should be over. The end. Bada bing, bada boom. Done.
I don't understand that. What changed?
Because I told you what. I already told you what happened.
You didn't.
How didn't I?
You didn't tell me what happened.
Waived his right.
I didn't. I just tell you what.
But now you've handcuffed me, and I can't talk to you because you asked for an attorney. So okay, that's fine. But I will tell you right now, you're still on a hold for a robbery.
I know. I don't know why. I need a fucking lawyer because obviously I didn't do nothing. And obviously you guys know I didn't do nothing because I've been arrested for the same bullshit before and you guys don't interview me this much. So, wham bam, thank you for the coke. Put me back in the cell. What's that?
Just my phone. Alright. I know we did this twice, but I gotta do it again every time, okay? Before I ask you any questions, I gotta read your rights. Do you understand that? Okay. Go ahead and sign there. Take your caps off.
Look, I'm not signing nothing.
Okay, you don't have to sign that. You understand your rights, though, right? Yeah. That's all I need, a verbal yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
This coke gonna be here. Or is that just a fairy tale?
It's coming. He's getting there right now. We'll be here in about 2 minutes. Just watch the sewing machine. It tastes good.
Mm-hmm.
I have enough evidence
Like what?
of the armed robbery, okay? But, you know, if you're saying you didn't do it, you need to give me your side of the story.
I didn't do it.
Okay, well, give me your side of the story. You got, I mean, convince me. Because I got a lot of evidence. I got a lot of physical evidence.
Like what? Name the
Why should I tell you that? I mean, you haven't been helpful to me at all.
Because I don't believe that you got any evidence.
There's only a couple pieces of evidence I'm missing.
Name them.
What's that?
Name
Well, why do I need to do that?
them.
You haven't helped me out a lot. You give me a little bit, I give you a little bit. We go back and forth. I give you one of my pieces of evidence, and I give me a little something.
I know anything I say here can and will be used against me.
Sure, but anything you say here, I can also tell your parole officer that you helped me out.
That doesn't mean dick. But there's no way. I didn't do it. There's no way.
How drunk were you? Were you drunk?
No, I was pretty sober.
So you're in your right mind. You remember everything about the night, right?
Yeah.
So you couldn't have done something not remembered. You couldn't have gone and robbed the place and not remembered?
Fuck, no.
Okay, so you would remember if you robbed the place.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to go to the prosecutor, I'm willing to go to your parole officer and say, this guy's a good guy, he helped me out.
Hey.
I know you don't want to go back to jail, right? Back to prison?
Well, fuck, it looks like I am if and you're going to charge me with some bogus shit. You guys don't, I mean, what do you got, really? That I was at a buddy's house and I happened to come outside because you guys were fucking swarming the area and they
Which door did you come out of?
I came out of the front door. You know what? I'm not saying myself, man. I'm done, man. Fuck this. The only reason I came up here is to get a fucking Coke.
Okay. You're not getting out.
I know. I can't finish it?
You can finish it. Make it quick. I got things to do.
Butterfinger, you promised.
I didn't promise you that. I said we'd see what happens. Alright? Like I said, you haven't helped me out at all. Why should I help you out? I got you sorted. Let's get it out.
Jeff was released from custody just under 12 hours later, and that takes us to the final and perhaps the most important component of an anti-hero, the conclusion, which unfortunately in this particular case is unknown. The final outcome of this story will vary depending on the source, some with a happy ending, others a cautionary tale. One legend has it that Jeff got clean soon after his release and now works in the corporate marketing team for Coca-Cola, while another states that he was picked up the day after for the same charge and is now...
The truth of the matter is, Jeff became a fucking lawyer. Jeff became a lawyer. He's now a lawyer. So moral of the story is, kids, and this is the moral of the story, stay silent to the cops and always lawyer up. Anyway, here's how the Holocaust happened.
Did you start using Instagram?
It's 1932. You're a young, poverty-stricken, working-class German with a starving family. You haven't had a job for months. Your savings have been wiped out. You're about to be evicted. You fought and saw the unimaginable during the First World War. 2 million of your countrymen, that's men you and your family often knew, died, sometimes horrifically. 1.5 million disabled veterans struggle to survive up and down the country. Addiction, alcoholism, prostitution, suicide, they're all endemic. Germany has been made to sign a humiliating peace treaty, pay unreasonable and economically devastating reparations to America, Britain and France, and cede territory on all of its borders. Then, to top it off, the Great Depression hits. Liberalism and democracy are failing. Hyperinflation reaches 1,000% per month. Even money is becoming worthless. Election after election fail to reach a majority, and Parliament, that's the Reichstag, is unable to govern. Conservatives, liberals, communists, authoritarians, the church, the army, they're all competing for power. Moral values and attitudes are blurred too. Religious belief continues to decline. Women's liberation sweeps Europe. Morals loosen. The jazz scene hits. To many, though, all of this depravity seems to be contributing to what's happening. Germany is at risk of extinction. Enter Adolf Hitler. Charming, charismatic, seemingly brilliant. After being elected in 1933, he quickly revitalizes the German economy. Problem after problem seem to be miraculously fixed. You get a job, roads are built, reparations are halted. A wave of euphoria sweeps across the nation. Life in Germany becomes good again. Why? Because Hitler and the National Socialists stand firmly against all the things that were causing its destruction. The greedy capitalists, godless communists, determined to overthrow the state, vindictive enemy countries abroad, and an enemy within that connects all of these things, that's responsible for them all, that wants you dead, the Jews. For almost 10 years, you're surrounded by anti-Semitic propaganda and conspiracy theory. The Jews control Wall Street, Hollywood, America, Britain, the Soviet Union. Then the war starts. They threaten to take all of it away from you, all those things you've gained. You're too old to fight in the army, but you're drafted into the reserve police force. One morning, on duty in occupied Poland, you're roused from your bed and are driven to a nearby village. Your commander, Major Wilhelm Trapp, known to you affectionately as Papa Trapp, is pale-faced, has a choking, shaky voice and tears in his eyes. He informs you of your orders. Remember, he says, back home, bombs are falling on your wives and daughters too. The Jews in the village were involved with the partisans, the enemy. It's us or them. They must be rounded up and taken to the work camp. But those not able to work, women, children, the elderly, must, unfortunately, be shot. Trapp makes you an offer. You can be excused from this task if you wish. You look briefly at your friends, but don't take up the offer. Instead, you step forward. Take the men, women, and children into the forest. Order them onto the ground. Aim and pull the trigger. 2 million men, women, and children would be murdered this way, and at least 4 million more in the death camps and gas chambers. And statistically speaking, you would become a murderer in that way too. You would participate in the Holocaust.
Hey, it's Dad.
In the Holocaust.
How we became genocidal.
What drives ordinary, everyday people to become mass killers? Men and women, but usually men, like you and me. The Holocaust was not perpetrated solely by a few sadistic psychopaths, but by tens of thousands of everyday Germans, Poles, Frenchmen, Austrians, Slovakians. In fact, much of Europe took part. If any of us could be motivated under the right conditions to become mass serial killers, how can we protect against the threat? How might we inoculate our societies and cultures from descending into genocide? One estimate puts the number of victims of genocide and democide, that's murder by government, at 169 million in the 20th century alone. Stalin, Mao, the Khmer Rouge, Rwanda, the Congo, Armenia. What's undeniable is that we're at a more distressing questions. What makes the 20th century the most advanced century in history, the most genocidal too? As the journalist Mark Bowden has put it, the Holocaust disturbs us so much because none of the things we associate with modern civilization, peace, industry, technology, education, frees us from the dark side of the human soul. He said that just as there is evil at the heart of every man, there is evil at the heart of even the most civilized human society. And the German philosopher Jürgen Habermas has said that a veil of naivety was torn up with the Holocaust. Something happened that was unimaginable until then. It ended the optimism of what seemed like the inexorable progress of Western Enlightenment. I want to focus on a kind of inoculation against that kind of evil, a moral vaccine. The social psychologist Thomas Blass puts it this way: what psychological mechanism transformed the average and presumably normal citizens of Germany and its allies into people who would carry out or tolerate unimaginable acts of cruelty against their fellow citizens who were Jewish, resulting in the death of 6 million of them? But first, a definition. The UN says that genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group as such. A. Killing members of the group. B. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. C. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction, in whole or in part. D. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. And E. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. So what are the psychological, cultural, social and political factors that might lead ordinary men and women to commit crimes of this scale? We'll look here at a number of factors: propaganda, outgrouping, rationalization, authority, conformity, and compartmentalization or distancing. But rather than the Nazi leaders, those ordinary men might be a good place to start. That scene of Major Trapp tearfully informing his men of their duty did actually happen. Trapp was a police officer who commanded Reserve Police Battalion 101 of the Order Police. He was executed for war crimes in 1948. The Order Police were made up of ordinary Germans, too old to be conscripted into the army. They were around 33 to 48 years old, predominantly working class, but also too old to have only known Nazi propaganda, as they were raised in the democratic era of the Weimar Republic. These ordinary policemen joined SS units called the Einsatzgruppen, who were tasked with following the army into occupied territories in the east, particularly Russia and Poland. They were to assist the SS in a number of jobs and, as their name suggests, keep order, rounding up Polish soldiers, guarding camps, organising equipment, and ultimately executing enemy soldiers, partisans, and Jews. Stalin had given the order for partisan warfare, which made it easier politically. He argued was being attacked from all sides. Germany was at war, and as one order noted, the men had to be instructed continuously about the political necessity of the measures. In June 1942, Police Battalion 101 was sent for guard duty to a town called Lublin in Poland, where around 40,000 Jews lived. In July, Major Trapp was ordered to round up the 1,800 Jews living in a nearby village. Working-age men were to be sent to a labour camp. The elderly, women and children were to be immediately shot.
Hope you enjoyed that little ditty.
Everyday Dose is paying you.
The video was playing.
Immediately shot. When Trapp's lieutenant was informed of the order, he requested another assignment, insisting that he would not participate in an action in which defenceless men and women would be shot. Before being told of the details, the men were informed that they would be doing some difficult work. One sergeant told them that he didn't want to see any cowards. They arrived at the village at dawn. Trapp assembled his men and said that any of the older men who didn't feel up to the task could step down. One man stepped forward, another 10 or 12 followed. They were dismissed. Almost 500 men remained. They were to round up the Jews and take them to the marketplace. Trapp didn't join his men. He couldn't bear the sight. One of the men reported hearing Trapp say that, "Oh God, why did I have to be given these orders?" He apparently paced back and forth. Another officer reported that Trapp had told him that the job didn't suit him, but that orders were orders. One said that when he and Trapp were alone, he sat on a stool and wept bitterly. The tears really flowed, he said. Another confirmed that he wept like a child. Meanwhile, the air was filled with gunshots and screams. The doctor explained to the men that shooting victims above the shoulders and into the backbone would result in an instant death. The executions lasted all day. Alcohol was supplied, but many aimed too high or too low. One man said that when he shot, the entire skull exploded. Brains and bones flew everywhere. Another said that the entire skull, or at least the rear skull cap, was torn off, and blood, bone splinters and brains sprayed everywhere. After a while, many of the men just couldn't take it anymore. One policeman simply slipped off, another avoided taking his turn shooting. Those who resisted were called weaklings, but suffered no consequences for not participating. Some hid in a priest's garden. Another said after one shooting, his nerves were totally finished. One man said he had become so sick that I simply couldn't anymore. Another ran into the woods and vomited. Many were sick, in fact, and the word repugnant was used a lot. One said he'd go crazy if he had to do it again. Some shot 10 or 20 Jews before they were asked to be relieved. One man said that his companion was such a terrible shot that the backs of heads were torn off and brains sprayed everywhere. He simply couldn't watch any longer. This is the testimony of some 200 men tried in a German court after the war. When they were finished, the bodies were left in the woods, and the men returned to the barracks, depressed, angered, embittered, and shaken, they said. None of them talked, none ate. They simply drank. In court, it was said that, after only a brief period, the commandos of the Einsatzgruppen got into considerable difficulties. The members were in the long run not up to the mental strain caused by the mass shootings. There were disputes, refusals to obey orders, drunken orgies, but also serious psychological illnesses. Even Heinrich Himmler, commander of the SS and one of the architects of the Holocaust, was distraught after watching the execution of 100 men in Minsk. Another SS officer had said to him, "Look at the eyes of the men in this commando. How deeply shaken they are. These men are finished for the rest of their lives." But the men soon got used to killing. By the end of 1942, they'd executed at least 6,500 Jews and deported 42,000 more to the gas chambers. Once the initial massacres had ended, Jew hunts began, the searching for runaways in the villages and forests. They were so frequent that the men described them as their daily bread. And by the time the war was over, only a minority, 10 to 20% of Police Battalion 101 had abstained from killing. And over the course of their service, they became increasingly efficient killers. The massacre at Josefov was typical of an early problem for the Nazi leadership. The men seemed to find killing innocent humans repugnant and difficult. Even Himmler struggled with the sight of the mass death, so it was quickly established that later executions would involve a division of labour, so as to ease the psychological burden for the killers. This, as the historian Christopher Browning writes, allowed the men to become increasingly efficient and calloused executioners. The literature on genocide research in general supports this, that initial executions are usually distressing, but the distress quickly subsides with each subsequent death. And worse, while in the minority, some actually develop a pleasure from killing over time. Some actually develop a pleasure from killing over time.
Polish prisoners being marched off to Nazi prison camps, an eventual extermination. For the Nazi master race theory calls for the complete wiping out of so-called inferior races. And in village after village, local Judases point out loyal Polish neighbors.
Himmler ordered the gassing of victims, whether in mobile gas vans or in the death camps, so that there would be less direct stressful involvement for the men. Division of labour reduced the burden as some worked on the trains, some were guards, others filled the gas, some worked in offices as accountants, while others moved the victims into the chambers. The shootings by the Einsatzgruppen were divided too. Some would round up, others would strip the prisoners, and the actual shooting was often done by Eastern Europeans under German occupation, making men cogs in a machine, diminished individual personal responsibility. Similarly, historian Daniel Goldhagen has argued that the steps towards genocide were incremental, so as to reduce the resistance that would have been felt if all of the steps had been carried out at once. He said that verbal assault led to physical assault, both the result of millennia of anti-Semitism in Europe, then legal and administrative measures, like the 1935 Nuremberg laws that deprived Jews of rights and forbid the marrying of Jews and Germans. Fourth, the Nazis pushed Jews to emigrate. Then there was forced resettlement. Sixth, physical separation in the ghettos. One study has shown, for example, that murder rates were higher in the more ghettoized areas. Then starvation, debilitation, disease, slave labor, and finally death marches and genocide. Compartmentalizing and incremental actions reduces individual responsibility in an act that seems to be much larger than you. But does this really explain much? Men and women still knew what they were doing, what they were partaking in. They still pulled the triggers. So maybe they were just following orders. In his classic study of the French Revolution, Gustave Le Bon argued that crowd psychology differs from individual psychology for two reasons. First, anonymity can result in the diminishing of personal and individual responsibility. Responsibility becomes shared, so that each individual is more protected. The Nazis, for example, made it law that their soldiers in Russia would be absolved from any wrongdoing when executing anyone suspected of being anti-German. Anonymity and the protection of the group meant that the feeling of personal responsibility shrank. The second factor he identified was mimesis, that in a crowd, actions by individuals, shouting, chanting, clapping, attacking, seemed to be copied more readily. The psychologist Irvin Yanis coined the word groupthink in the 1970s. He described groupthink as a mode of thinking that people engage in when they are deeply involved in a cohesive in-group, when members striving for unanimity override their motivation to realistically appraise alternative courses of action.
There's a human tendency to want to agree, to conform with your in-group. If a group of friends is deciding on a takeaway or a restaurant, you don't want to be the one to object. You don't want to be the one to cause a problem. The sociologist George Simmel has described how the desire to stay in an in-group motivates the fear of being censored or excluded by that group. But this has another effect. It also increases the chance that individuals will want to distance themselves from an out-group so as to prove loyalty to the in-group. The desire for conformity seems to be a universal of human experience. And when that conformity is compatible, study of Police Battalion 101, Christopher Browning draws on Stanley Milgram's famous experiments in which participants are ordered to give supposedly painful shocks to actors screaming in the next room. If the participants hesitated, the phrase, "the research requires that you continue," was enough to convince 64% of them to continue to shock those wired up to the highest possible pain threshold.
Banana, apple, grape, orange, lemon.
Orange.
It's incorrect. Correct answer.
Milgram was directly influenced by the Holocaust. He concluded after the experiments that men are led to kill with little difficulty, which fits nicely into the narrative that many were only following the law of the land or only following orders. During his trial in Jerusalem, for example, one of the architects of the Holocaust, Adolf Eichmann, who was tasked with organizing transport across the Reich, claimed that he was only following orders. The philosopher Hannah Arendt wrote when commenting on the trial that most were not sadists or killers by nature. On the contrary, a systematic effort was made to weed out those who derived physical pleasure from what they did. Most were normal, everyday men and women, complying with the law of their country.
Used together with others during the period 1939 to 1945, caused the killing of millions of Jews in his capacity as the person responsible for the execution of the Nazi plan for the physical extermination of the Jews, known as the final solution of the Jewish problem.
Milgram's approach is what social psychologists call situational, that individuals are moved by the external pressures of the situation that they find themselves in. If a scientist asks you to shock someone for an experiment, you're likely to conform because the scientist is a trusted symbol of authority and wisdom. But there's a problem here. The participants in Milgram's experiment clearly thought what they were doing was right, at least in some way. That it was a scientific experiment about learning, that the pain was secondary to the benefit of what was being learned, that they didn't think they were permanently harming someone, that there was some kind of greater good, and that the scientists are trustworthy. This is clearly not the same as the murder of defenseless children. Now, it could be argued that the pressure to conform to authority during the war in Nazi Germany was much, much greater than in Milgram's laboratory. As we've seen, conformity is a powerful force, and those who didn't do what they were asked were leaving their comrades to do the dirty work. They risked being ostracized, rejected, isolated, losing their support network in a horrific, totalizing war. And authority, punishment, court-martialing, the threat of death for not complying, was surely difficult to resist. Except, after decades of research and trials, absolutely no cases have been found of anyone being punished for refusing to follow orders to kill Jews. Zero. In fact, as we've seen with Police Battalion 101, many were able to avoid killing. So the argument that the desire to conform to authority was total here is insufficient. And even for those that did, the question remains, who did they think they were conforming to, and what did they think they were conforming to? Did they believe it was evil, but conformed anyway? Or did they think that their superiors were wise and knew what they were doing, like Milgram's scientists? Does the perpetrator still not have to believe that they're making the right choice in some way in pulling that trigger? After all, every action, good or bad, requires some kind of mental justification. There's always some kind of rationalization, a belief that the action or the authority that convinces you to act is legitimate in some way, is the right thing to do. Milgram argued that hierarchy and authority led participants to adopt their superiors' definition of the situation, and in doing so, some of their moral responsibility was passed to them in some way, and personal responsibility was diminished like it was in a crowd full of bots. Individuals are just following orders of someone they trust because of some greater good that they believe in.
So ultimately, conformity and authority simply don't explain enough. Beliefs, what the individuals think, are obviously important too. There's always a context, always a rationalization for what you're doing. Goering said in Nuremberg that it's always a simple matter to drag people along, whether it's a democracy or a fascist dictatorship, parliament or communist dictatorship, voice or no voice. People can always be brought to the bidding of the leaders. This is easy. All you have to do is tell them they're being attacked and denounce the pacifists for lack of patriotism and exposing the country to danger. It works the same in every country. Murder can always be rationalized in some way. All wars are justified by those involved, the participants convinced of the righteousness of what they're doing. But what does it mean to rationalize something? Well, to rationalize is to justify an action with logical reasons, to fit it into a larger framework of what correct and right behavior is. There were a number of ways that the men rationalized what they were doing. The whole ideology that rationalized the war. Most obvious was the justification that we are at war. It's us or them, that they're bombing your wives and children back home. These were often powerful motivators. Sometimes it was even argued that killing prisoners was the humane thing to do, as food was short or prisoners wouldn't survive through the winter. Train cars were torturous and many died on journeys anyway, they said to themselves. Forced marches led to many perishing. In the summer, there were long hot days without water, and in the winter, short cold days without food. One officer told a policeman in Battalion 101 that nothing could be done with such people. Another said that the Jews were not going to escape their fate anyway. One justified killing a child by telling themselves that they wouldn't survive without their mother anyway. And most perversely, health itself could be rationalized not as the health of the individual, but the health of the nation. Before the war, the Nazis had begun the T4 program, euthanizing and murdering men, women and children with incurable diseases and mental illness. They were described as mercy killings. The death camps in Poland were run by doctors drafted from this T4 program who had already been using gas because it was cheap, quick and unalarming and humane for the victims who thought they were going for a shower. Eichmann's lawyer described the gas chambers as a medical matter. When questioned on this by the judge, he said that it was indeed a medical matter. Since it was prepared by physicians, it was a matter of killing, and killing too is a medical matter. In these ways, executions were often rationalized as the most humane thing to do for people who just wouldn't survive anyway, or were damaging to the health of the nation. But again, twisted rationalizations like this were not enough. The justifications for Nazi ideology and anti-Semitism went much deeper and had dominated Germany since Hitler came to power in 1933. Came to power in 1933. So how powerful was Nazi ideology and its propaganda as an incitement to murder? Propaganda, philosopher Jason Stanley writes, uses the language of virtuous ideals to unite people behind otherwise objectionable ends. The Order Police undertook a basic training that included a month-long course on ideological education. Topics included maintaining the purity of blood and the Jewish question in Germany. Pamphlets and training films were distributed to troops throughout the war. Before being sent to Russia, the Einsatzgruppen were given special training with SS figures who gave them pep talks on the war of destruction, one with SS leader Reinhard Heydrich himself. But the Nazi propaganda machine had existed long before the war. When the Nazis came to power, they immediately created a new Ministry for Public Enlightenment and Propaganda, the RMVP. Hitler, the artist leader of the new Reich, was the chief storyteller, and Joseph Goebbels ran the ministry. The RMVP included the press, publishing houses, writers, theatres, radio, film, music, in fact, all culture. At noon every day, a press conference issued press directives and topical words of the day, dictating which stories could be covered and details like the presentation and the language to be used. The free press ceased to exist almost immediately. 200 social democratic newspapers and 25 communist papers were closed. Otto Dietrich, the Nazi press chief, placed all other publications under government control. Editors had to be Aryan, of course. Moreover, the Nazi Party actually purchased newspapers and publishing houses themselves, and by 1939 controlled 82% of newspapers. The Franz Ayer publishing house became the largest publisher in the world. Large Word of the Week posters were designed to be displayed in public squares, kiosks, and shop windows. The posters, officials were informed, must not be absent anywhere. The Word of the Week must penetrate every last community in the nation, and should always be in the pedestrian's field of vision. The propagandists drew on Hitler's Mein Kampf. drawing up the basic laws of Hitler's ideology: simplification, repetition, appeal to the emotions, contrasting simple good and evil. Lines, one designer wrote, must express simple emotional rhythm. In Mein Kampf, Hitler wrote that all propaganda should be popular and should adapt its intellectual level to the receptive ability of the least intellectual of those whom it is desired to address. Thus, it must sink its mental elevation deeper in proportion to the numbers of the mass whom it has to grip. The receptive ability of the masses is very limited, and their understanding small. On the other hand, they have a great power of forgetting. This being so, all effective propaganda must be confined to very few points, which must be brought out in the form of slogans. Posters, leaflets, pamphlets were all produced in their millions. All soldiers were given access to a radio, and in short, for 7 years before the war, Nazi propaganda was ubiquitous in an environment where Hitler could be seen to do no wrong.
The report lists the surviving inmates as representing every European nationality. It says the camp was founded when the Nazi Party first came into power in 1933 and has been in continuous operation ever since, although its largest population dates from the beginning of the present war. One estimate put the camp's normal complement at 80,000. In the official report, the Buchenwald camp is termed an extermination factory. The means of extermination? Starvation complicated by hard work, abuse, beatings, and tortures, incredibly crowded sleeping conditions, and sicknesses of all types. Bodies stacked one upon the other were found outside the crematory. The Nazis maintained the building at the camp for medical experiments and vivisections with prisoners as guinea pigs. Few who entered the experimental buildings ever emerged alive.
Propaganda was central to the dissemination of the Nazi ideology, which, at its core, was an ideology of purity and unification. The Nazis believed that a pure German nation, led by the singular will of a leader, would rid it of division, producing a natural, efficient, and utopian society. National Socialism was the doctrine then of blood, soil, and race, and Goebbels wrote in his diary that the Jew is the enemy and destroyer of blood-based unity. Instead of a pure nation, Goebbels wrote in his most famous essay, Why We Are Enemies of the Jews, Germany had become an exploitation colony of international Jewry. Jews would have no place and would have no shared interest in a unified and cohesive German community. Of course, anti-Semitism is mankind's oldest prejudice, dating back to the foundations of Christianity.
Yep.
The Jews, Christ killers, rejected Jesus and the teachings of the New Testament as an older, outdated religion that Christianity was meant to supersede. The Jews became a natural outgroup for Christians. An early leader of the church, John Chrysostom, wrote in the 5th century that where Christ killers gather, the cross is ridiculed, God blasphemed, the Father unacknowledged, the Son insulted, the grace of the Spirit rejected. If the Jewish rites are holy and venerable, our way of life must be false. But if our way is true, as indeed it is, theirs is fraudulent. Jewish people were stateless, had no allegiance to the nation, to the church, to the race, lived in a culturally different way, and so, over the centuries, became an easy lightning rod, scapegoats. Jews have been banished, tortured, converted, and killed across Europe in countless episodes for centuries and centuries. Pogroms in Russia, for example, were motivated by conspiracy theories that Jews murdered Christian children. But it took social Darwinism and racial ideology, the survival of the fittest race, eugenics, and the desires for racial purity in the 19th century, for anti-Semitism to develop into the modern form it took in Germany. The Nazis were not only motivated by the idea of a natural necessity of racial purity, but by a powerful conspiracy theory that Jews were plotting to take over the world. Anti-Jewish policies were often portrayed as being a response to Jewish aggression, giving the impression that it was the Jews that were the aggressor and Germany that was the victim. In 1933, the first year of Hitler's rule, an anti-Nazi boycott was organised by Jewish groups around the world as a response to Hitler's rise to power. Hitler responded with an official Nazi boycott of Jewish shops, and stormtroopers stood menacingly guard at Jewish shop doors. The Nuremberg laws were passed in 1935, forbidding the marriage of Jews and Germans and stripping Jews of their rights as citizens. And in 1937, a German diplomat was murdered by a 17-year-old Jewish refugee whose family had been persecuted by the Nazis. The response was Kristallnacht, the Night of Broken Glass, a widespread pogrom across Germany that saw almost 100 Jews murdered, countless synagogues and Jewish businesses vandalized, torched, or destroyed, and 3,000 Jews taken to concentration camps for their own protection, they were told. anti-Semitic actions then were presented by Hitler as defensive, the Nazis were simply heroes, preventing the Judeo-Bolshevik domination of the world. Jews, on the other hand, were depicted as having total control of the Soviet Union, of American government, of Wall Street, of Britain. The trick was to consistently associate the Jews with the aggressors and Germans as being in a heroic battle, surrounded on all sides and victimized by the rest of the world. The perpetrators of genocide often see themselves as the victims. After the First World War, Germany was forced by America, Britain, and France into what many historians have called a harsh, unfair, and punishing agreement to pay reparations for the war. The Treaty of Versailles stipulated that Germany take full responsibility for the war, make repayments to the Allies, and cede German land at its borders to France, Poland, and Czechoslovakia. This was one of the catalysts for Hitler's rise to power. On top of this, throughout the 1920s and early 30s, Germany was, as we've seen, in chaos. In election after election, no majority or coalition could be formed between competing parties. Liberals, conservatives, authoritarians, communists, the church, the army, they all vied for power. After Hitler was elected, the setting on fire of the Reichstag gave the impression that the country was on its knees. We just have to imagine the capital, or the Houses of Parliament being burned down today. Then, after all of this, the war came. Destruction, death, poverty, hunger, desperation. Psychologist Irvin Stubbs' research on genocide shows that periods like this are a consistent factor. During this phase, Stubbs writes, difficult life conditions for security, a feeling of control, the need for a positive identity and social connections, and of course, the need for food, water, shelter. But this alone doesn't lead to violence. The frustration of basic human needs is almost always experienced relative to some other group. In this context, a vision, an ideology, a politics, a definition of the situation, as Milgram put it, is more likely to be offered that proposes a particular solution while excluding the status quo factors that seem to have led to the crisis. In Nazi Germany, liberalism, democracy, Britain, France, America, and of course the Jews were all obvious targets to blame for Germany's problems, creating numerous outgroups. Because the problems were so urgent, the potential for friction and hostility towards outgroups increased. Any history of antagonism or prejudice against a particular outgroup like the Jews is more likely to be drawn upon. Sometimes in-grouping and out-grouping manifests itself in simple disagreements. Other times it can escalate so that outgroups become enemies. Sometimes the outgroup can be depicted as evil, and occasionally the relationship can become a zero-sum game, a matter of survival. It's either us or them. In this context, everything good can be associated with the in-group and everything bad with the out.
My name is Cecilia. I'm a mom of...
Can be associated with the in-group and everything bad with the out. When a person perceives themselves as a victim and a prisoner as an aggressor in a war of survival, and then we combine this with the pressure to conform and to submit to authority, the probability for murder increases. In Nazi Germany, everything was made to fit this formula. The Jews were not only meant to be everything that was wrong within Germany, but were a powerful aggressor, attacking the country on all sides. Entire academic works were dedicated to associating Jews with Germany's enemies. Nazi historians like Peter Aldag wrote histories like The Jews in England. The film Why War with Stalin argued that the war was a preemptive defensive battle to stop the Bolshevik extermination of Germany. It was a conspiracy of Jews and Democrats, Bolsheviks and reactionaries with a goal to plunge Germany into powerlessness and suffering. A 1941 headline of Der Volkische Beobachter, the Nazi Party newspaper, declared that Roosevelt's main tool of Jewish Freemasonry, sensational documents reveals connections of the warmonger with the international clique, where Roosevelt's Hebraic hatred of Germany comes from. It published a so-called secret photo of Roosevelt with Jewish Freemasons. Another story in 1942, titled The Masked Fools, featured a photo with Roosevelt and his advisors, and each advisor labelled as Jew underneath. When Churchill brought the left-leaning Stafford Cripps into his government, it became a sign of the Bolshevization and therefore the Jewification of the British government.
The same year, Goebbels wrote an essay entitled Mimicry, which informed readers that Jews were masters in deception, at adapting to their surroundings, hiding in plain sight. The Jew, Goebbels wrote, is the master of the lie. A photo collection, Jews in the USA, was published that included evidence of this mimicry. Jews looking supposedly normal and blending in when necessary, juxtaposed with photos that depicted Jews with so-called stereotypical Jewish features. Once a global conspiracy involving millions of people is defined, evidence can always be found to justify it. In 1941, for example, Theodor Kaufmann, an unknown Jewish-American author, published a book titled Germany Must Perish. The Nazis depicted Kaufmann as being an influential figure in America and in the American government, despite publishers refusing to publish the book, which, when published by Kaufmann himself, was universally panned. A headline in the Volkisch Beobachter, though, inexplicably linked the author to the foreign policy of the American government, announcing that Roosevelt demands sterilization of the German people. The Germans are supposed to be exterminated in 2 generations. The book was even published in pamphlets distributed throughout Germany. Kaufmann's face was often used in propaganda. The caption under a photo of Kaufmann in the book Jews in the USA read, "He demands the complete extermination of the German people." By the end of 1941, Goebbels declared in a radio broadcast that the historical guilt of world Jewry for the outbreak and expansion of this war has been so extensively demonstrated that there is no need to waste any more words on it. The Jews wanted their war, and now they have it. And in his article, The Jews Are Guilty, Goebbels wrote that all Jews, by virtue of their birth and their race, are part of an international conspiracy against National Socialist Germany. If we lose the war, these harmless-looking Jewish chaps would suddenly become raging wolves. They would attack our women and children to carry out revenge. The Jews are a parasitic race that feeds like a foul fungus on the cultures of healthy but ignorant peoples. There is only one effective measure: cut them out. The Jews were responsible for every German soldier's death, he wrote, and they were enemy agents within the country. They were being gradually exterminated for a war that they had brought on themselves. They were also continually associated with laziness, dirtiness, and exploitation. An early Nazi manifesto, for example, asked, "Who are we fighting against?" The answer is, against all those who create no value, who make high profits without any mental or physical work. We fight against the drones in the state. These are mostly Jews. They live a good life. They reap where they have not sown. If something wasn't done, the Nazis continually emphasized, about the virus spreading throughout Germany and the world, then Germany's destruction would be inevitable. But there's another problem here. It was hardly ever admitted in the post-war trials of ordinary German soldiers that anti-Semitism was a motivating factor for murder. Furthermore, many psychologists today have pointed to the limitations of propaganda as a method for influencing views. One officer of Battalion 101 said during interrogation that, under the influence of the times, my attitudes to Jews were marked by a certain aversion, but I cannot say that I especially hated Jews. Many repeated similar lines. Browning has argued, though, that this is probably because admitting anti-Semitism in court was enough to be convicted of murder rather than homicide. And many claimed that some of the more sadistic officers were anti-Semites out of, quote, conviction. Is it any surprise that this wasn't admitted? But still, one Auschwitz inmate insisted that nothing would be more misguided than to believe that the SS were a horde of sadists. Another inmate estimated the sadists at not more than 5 to 10%. But as we've seen, you don't have to be sadistic to be convinced to kill. You just have to be able to rationalize what you're doing. And within the economic, social, and cultural conditions of Nazi Germany, plenty of rationalizations were provided by years of dogmatic ideology and propaganda. During Eichmann's trial, the prosecution tried to depict him as a monster, but 6 psychiatrists described him as normal, a man with very positive ideas who personally had nothing against the Jews. As the defense argued, he was simply following the law. It seems then that in the majority of cases, the aggressors simply had to accept some version of the Nazi definition of the situation, as Milgram put it. The extent to which that was motivated by anti-Semitism, conformity, duty, or authority clearly differed from case to case. And while it's difficult to assess with any certainty, many Germans clearly believed the Nazis' anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Goebbels and Hitler certainly believed what they were saying. They believed in a conspiracy. Many doctors, judges, philosophers, teachers, and lawyers all joined the Nazi Party. One study that took place in the 90s found that interviewees that lived through the Nazi era had 2 to 3 times more anti-Semitic views than those who didn't. And propaganda works in another way too. Nazi politics was built upon a strict chain of authority from the Führer down through the ranks to each citizen. The propaganda machine represented this unbroken chain of authority. The Führer's word was law. The Führer knew what he was doing. We're back to Milgram's scenario in which the scientist, the authority figure, simply knows best.
It's in this way that anti-Semitism, authority, rationalization, and conformity combined into a potent motivator to kill. These things had to fit together to supposedly justify horrific acts. As historian Jeffrey Herf has concluded, the central justification for the war and the Holocaust was the depiction of Jewry as a powerful international anti-German conspiracy. In 1942, Hitler gave a speech in Berlin. He said, "The Jews in Germany once again laughed about my prophecies. I don't know if they are laughing today or if the laughter has already gone out of them. I can promise only one thing. They will stop laughing everywhere. And with this prophecy as well, I will be proved right." The audience cheers in agreement. So let's recap. In short, we have compartmentalization, incrementation, conformity, authority, rationalization, propaganda, victimhood, and association. The process I've described here has attempted to work backwards from an event, a murder, by peeling back the layers of an onion to try to understand how the onion functions as a whole, while also hoping to get some kind of core, a seed, a series of central factors and primary causes that lead to its growth. Pulling a trigger happened in the context of an order, authority, conformity, simple rationalizations like they won't survive anyway. But those factors weren't enough. There were deeper motivators that had already been planted. The motivations of ordinary men and women had to be structured within an ideological framework, what Milgram described as a definition of the situation. This framework was developed in a period of economic chaos, followed by Nazi rule based on conspiracy theory. It presented a simple way out of a difficult period, a good versus evil story of victims and aggressors. Irvin Stubb proposes a model of genocide that has three initial stages. First, there's the frustration of basic needs. Second, an outgroup is identified that's the cause. And next, the in-group is motivated by a utopian vision that excludes the outgroup. And Herbert Kellman has also argued that the requirements are threefold: authorization, routinization, and dehumanization. He says that through processes of authorization, the situation becomes so defined that standard moral principles do not apply, and the individual is absolved of responsibility to make personal moral choices. Through processes of routinization, the action becomes so organized that there is no opportunity for raising moral questions and making moral decisions. Through processes of dehumanization, the actor's attitudes towards the target and towards himself become so structured that it's neither necessary nor possible for him to view the relationship in moral terms. Inoculation should stop a disease before treatment is necessary, right at the core of the onion. The most obvious warning sign is economic difficulty, or as Stubb phrases it, the frustration of basic needs. The next warning sign is multiple social groups with different social statuses or economic positions, especially groups with pronounced religious, cultural, or social differences, living in a single shared environment or geographic area. When these first two factors combine, there's the potential for the in-group, out-group dynamic to deepen and widen. This, as we've seen, can be particularly powerful when the in-group is, or at the very least feels, victimized, has lost prestige or their dominant status in the world. In the case of the Holocaust, the factors seemed most fertile when the aggressors were made to feel both powerful and victimized at the same time, both strong in a group and protected by that group, and under the threats of forces that they believed could be too powerful for them later on. Conspiracy theories have the potential to take hold in this context, conspiracies that are often directed at an out-group. Similarly, ideological visions develop that exclude certain groups and associate them with negative traits, as enemies, as dangerous, lazy, or labeling them with euphemisms like virus that intend to dehumanize them. Group psychology, as we saw, leads to the pressure to conform, individual anonymity, and a shared responsibility that could lead to increasingly violent acts. The group does not have to be a physical group in the same location, for example, but could be a social group, a movement, or an organization that's developed as a result of these factors. These are the factors that led to the Holocaust. Inoculation, in this case, should be both political and cultural. It means shining a light on these factors when they occur, calling them out and pulling them out at their root, and consistently warning of their consequences. It means education, media responsibility, press standards, and an ethical baseline with an emphasis on a fundamental equality between all people. Currently, the Genocide Early Warning Project considers at least 30 countries around the world to be at high risk of genocide, including Pakistan, Afghanistan, India, China, and Turkey. Including Pakistan, Afghanistan, India, China, and Turkey. It's often thought that warning signs would appear well in advance, that there would be plenty of time to stop going down that road, or that it just couldn't happen here, in this country, in this modern world. Elise Stanley wrote in her memoirs that the concentration camp for those on the outside was a kind of labour camp. There were whispered rumours of people being beaten, even killed, but there was no comprehension of the tragic reality. We were still able to leave the country, we could still live in our homes, we could still worship in our temples. We were in a ghetto, but the majority of people were still alive. For the average Jew, this seemed enough. We didn't realise that we were all waiting for the end. The year was 1937. What we've seen here is not a philosophy of evil, not a biblical tale of black and white, of angels and devils, but a theory of the incremental development of evil, a study of the causes of minor changes. Within this, there must be a recognition that evil is not external to us all, but that its seeds live within each of us. William Blake said that cruelty has a human heart. Evil is moulded and twisted into shape gradually. No person just wakes up one day with hate in their heart. It has to be learned, which means we all have a responsibility to inoculate ourselves and our own cultures from what always lurks within.
A lot of you are probably familiar with some of the most famous stories from the Bible. Things like David and Goliath and Noah's Ark. But there's a lot of stories I guarantee you haven't heard of. Stories of witchcraft and cannibalism don't fit that easily into a Sunday school lesson, but they're the kind of stories that I want to talk about today. There's also several passages in the Bible that are viewed as controversial or strange, and those are also the parts I want to talk about today. In other words, hello everybody, and welcome to the Bible Lore Iceberg. I got the idea for this video when I saw this iceberg chart online from user Guided Feather on Reddit, and I used it as well as weird stories I knew about myself and suggestions from Twitter to put together the list I'm going to bring you today. Now, to clarify, there are some things that will not be in this iceberg. For example, a lot of people wanted to see videos about stories of saints that came after the Bible or non-canonical books of the Bible, and all of that's cool, but for this video I want to focus on things that are explicitly mentioned or debated to be mentioned in the Bible itself. I'll get to those topics down the road and even have a video about the lost books of the Bible if you want to check out more on that. Speaking of videos I've already done, a few years back I made a Bible theory iceberg that covered a lot of things like the true name of God and the naked man in the Garden of Gethsemane and things like that. So in order to not rehash the same points, if I covered it then, I'm not going to recover it now. And then finally, there's a lot of things in the Bible that deserve their own video, things like demonology or angelology, which again, I already made a video on. Now that I think about it, this intro just sounds like a plug for the rest of the channel, and I promise that wasn't entirely on purpose. For this video, I just want to focus on strange passages or story that exist in the canonical Bible as the Christian church sees it. And even that phrase itself can be debated, but we're just going to roll with it. So if you're ready to hear stories that involve dismemberment, the rapture, and time paradoxes, let's stick around after the ad as we get in in videos, but I am a Christian, so I treat all these things with reverence, but I try to make these videos in a way that people who aren't Christians and don't know anything about the Bible could easily digest. Because even if you're not interested in understanding the Bible as a belief, then it might be nice to know about it just to get what all the fuss is about. And something else that would be good to know is where your money's going. Just like
shut the fuck up about rocket money.
The framework of Guided Feather's Eyes. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. As mentioned, I took a lot of liberties when it came to the framework of Guided Feather's Iceberg. For example, I pretty much cut off the top tier of the iceberg because most of it's stuff like Jesus and God, the Trinity, things a lot of us are probably familiar with. So we're going to kick off tier 1, or at least my tier 1, with the Great Tribulation. So for context, the final book of the Bible, the book of Revelations, has to do with the prophecy of the end times. And the book of Revelations is John's retelling of visions he received. There are a few notable points in John's vision that a lot of us are probably familiar with. Things like the rapture, when everyone who is a member of the church, or in other words believes in God, is carried to heaven at once. The destruction of the world and the creation of the new heaven and the new earth. And for the sake of this entry, the tribulation period. In the book of Revelations, it says that there will be 3.5 years of peace upon the earth, followed by 3.5 years of torment, when the world will be plunged into war and chaos. This concept of a tribulation period is actually mentioned in other places of the Bible as well. For example, all the way back in Daniel 9, and yes, that's the same Daniel from the story of Daniel in the lion's den in the era before Christ. Furthermore, in Matthew 24, Jesus, while speaking to his disciples, builds off what Daniel says and furthers this idea of a tribulation, calling it the abomination of desolation. So while most Christians agree that it's pretty well founded in the Bible that some kind of tribulation is to happen, the point that is hotly debated is when it's supposed to. The Revelation theory visions John is saying. Throughout the figure visions, you say the world goes. For example, in the opening of the book, you'll interpret the dream of the following. The itself just of material statue falls. The vision itself is not literal, it is representative. And by most beliefs, the account of Revelation seems to be the same thing with John's perspective. John describes a lot of wild things in the book of Revelations, things like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
I'm doing this video for my grandpa. I think he'll like it.
The head of men.
My grandpa is a
visions of great beasts with many heads rising out of the ocean.
And I'm a man of faith myself,
seems to be interpretive of what is to come. It is therefore hotly debated. Some people take a very literal view that everything John saw is quite literally the form that things will appear in. Others say it's representative of nations or people or times in history. So when things like the tribulation come up in Revelation, people differ on where they place its appearance. And more specifically, when it relates to the rapture. So again, if the rapture is everyone that believes in God being brought up to heaven, does the tribulation happen before or after that? In other words, do all of the believers in God stick around for the 3.5 years of torment, or does that happen after they're out of here? There are entire subgroups within Christianity that will split churches and philosophies based on this discretion.
Yes.
There are pre-tribulationists who think that the rapture happens before. There are post-tribulationists that think it will happen after. There are mid-tribulationists that think it will happen in the middle or maybe in the middle of the 7 years, and the rapture itself is what leads to the 3.5 years of torment.
People who don't
and there's
believe
even
that the rapture will even happen.
All of these things of Revelation have already happened. There are those that believe the visions that John had did not apply to humanity or the end of the world itself, but are instead just figurative of what happened to Jerusalem and Israel around the time of 70 AD, whenever Jerusalem was ransacked and the temple destroyed. If you view it that way, then the tribulation, the rapture, all of that's already happened. It doesn't apply to us. Basically, the Great Tribulation is a period of time when things are going to get really bad, and it's a matter of when that'll happen or if it already has. Yes. Another thing that is mentioned in Revelation, and again is debated a lot, is the Antichrist. So if Jesus Christ, in Christianity's belief, came to earth, died on the cross in order to bring people to God, then the Antichrist's purpose is to do the opposite. The Antichrist, according to Christians, is a figure of evil who will step in order to drive people away from God in the end time. Again, in Revelations, it says that the Antichrist will be a beacon that people want to follow, that will turn them away from God and turn their belief into their own selves. And again, this is different depending on how you interpret the events of Revelation. Also note, the book is called Revelation, not Revelation.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
But I am almost certainly going to mess up and already have by calling it Revelations, because I think every single Southern pastor I've ever met has called it Revelations. Depending on how you interpret it,
I know
the Antichrist is either a literal singular person or entity or representative of a group of people or a nation, or it's just merely the concept of sin or falling away from God having its presence in the world. There are some verses that kind of point away from the Antichrist being one individual.
A lot of people think the Antichrist was Nero.
John says, little children, It is the last time, and as ye have heard the Antichrist shall come, even now are there many Antichrists, whereby we know that it is the last time.
Some people think the entire book of Revelation was an analogy for Nero's rule, because Nero was such a bad emperor that John's prophecy was just like shitting on Nero as an emperor, which I think is historically accurate, to be honest.
Just a term for anyone who turns people away from Christ. And the Antichrist mentioned in Revelation isn't a singular demon or entity or the devil itself.
It's more so an analogy for anybody who turns people away from Christ.
One person leading people away from God. I believe the events of Revelation already happened. We'll point and say that this is referencing Emperor Nero or something like that. This is also why sometimes if you believe Revelation hasn't happened yet, people will point towards certain members of government or certain people in power and say, oh, that guy is the Antichrist.
Oh, ad time. Got a skippy dippy. I hate Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart sold out.
Say, oh, that guy is the Antichrist.
Some people think Obama's the Antichrist. Those people are fucking stupid.
Let's talk about speaking in tongues. So in Acts chapter 2, shortly after Jesus rose from the dead and ascended into heaven, the disciples have a prayer together as to what they are to do next. During this prayer, the Bible says a miracle is performed, and the members who are present are now able to speak in tongues, and this day is known as the day of Pentecost. In other words, the disciples are able to go into the marketplaces and streets where many people from many different languages are gathered, and they are able to speak in every person's language. This in isolation can be seen as a miracle the disciples are performing in order to get the gospel out to as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. However, there are several Christian groups that believe the miracle of the day of Pentecost is not something that only happened one time, but can be redone again through the Holy Spirit. As a matter of fact, this is where the church denomination that is most often associated with speaking in tongues, the Pentecostals, got their name. And it's not entirely unfounded. Paul, in his writings to the church, say that among the spiritual gifts includes things like being able to speak of many tongues. And in Mark chapter 16, right before Jesus ascends into heaven and he's speaking to the disciples, he says in verse 17, and these signs shall follow them that believe. In my name shall they cast out devils, they shall speak with new tongues. So there's a belief within some parts of Christianity that when someone is saved and the Holy Spirit dwells within them, that they are able to effectively conjure new languages or are able to suddenly speak in new languages. However, the counter-argument to that is that's not exactly what the book is saying. For example, and again, at this point and throughout the video, I'm not trying to argue one's definitely right or the other isn't. I'm just a YouTuber. The biggest qualification I have is I taught Sunday school for teenagers. And you don't need a degree to do that.
No,
the counter-argument
I
believe is if you do things like take Mark chapter 16 out of context and like very literal, you also get some other weird conclusions. Like for example, right after that in verse 18, it says, they shall take up serpents, and if they drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt them. They shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover. Now, everything mentioned is things we see the disciples and followers of God do throughout the rest of the New Testament. We see Paul get bit by a venomous snake, and he doesn't die. We see a lot of instances of people being healed through miracles. And of course, just overall effect, we see them speaking in new tongues at the day of Pentecost. So sure, while miracles can happen to the believers in God, that doesn't mean it's always something you can just summon. And if you take a literalist interpretation of those verses, that's where you get things like snake handling churches. That took the whole thing about picking up serpents and not being hurt quite literally and started doing that during worship sermons. Many view Mark chapter 16 as being what the followers of God are capable of, like the limits they can reach if they go in my name, not necessarily something to try. Also, the day of Pentecost itself is debated. If the miracle was the disciples being able to speak,
you're going to find out that pretty much everything in the Bible
if it was
debated.
The people being able to hear in their own language. Because Acts chapter 2 and verse 8,
is a very, very
when it's talking about what the people are saying, listening to the disciples, it says, and how hear we every man in our own tongue wherein we were born. So like that verse implies
a lot of
not that the disciples
conversation has
speak every language in the world, it's that they spoke once and everyone was able to understand. Regardless if you ever hear a debate or some Christian group talking about speaking in tongues, These are the sources where that belief comes from. The 7 deadly sins are not in the Bible. Pretty cut and dry. They're not in there. Now, to clarify, all of the 7 deadly sins, lust, sloth, pride, greed, envy,
don't they
gluttony,
first
wrath,
come up in like Dante's Inferno
as being bad in the Bible? They're just never grouped together as the 7 deadly sins or put up on a pedestal as like
don't they
that
first
unique
pop
grouping.
up in Dante's
The 7 deadly
Inferno?
sins started to get passed around like 600 AD and were a teaching of the church rather than something that is explicitly mentioned in Scripture. As a matter of fact, strangely, there are 7 deadly sins, or like 7 especially bad sins
That's what I'm
mentioned in the Bible, but they're not the 7
There's a lot of
deadly
Bible
sins
lore that we
all the
think
time.
of,
In
that we
Proverbs
consider
chapter
canon,
6,
that
it
pops
says
up in
verse
Dante's
16,
Inferno.
These 6
Dante
things
Alighieri
that the Lord hate, yet
just
7 are an
dropped a lot of
abomination unto him.
bullshit.
A proud look, okay, well that's pride, that overlaps, right? But then the second one is a lying tongue, which, like, I guess you could kind of say a lying tongue could be envy, maybe, not really. And then the third is hands that shed innocent blood, which maybe if you're wrathful, you would do that, but it's not explicit. And then from there, it's just a heart that devises wicked imaginations, feet that be swift and run into mischief, a false witness that speaks lies, which is like the same thing as a lying tongue, I would think. And he that soweth discord among the brethren, which I do agree that discord should be one of the 7. In Galatians chapter 5, Paul gives a list of sins to avoid, and the 7 deadly sins are kind of mentioned in there, but there's way more than 7. The idea around the 7 deadly sins is that most evils come from a root of one of the 7 deadly sins.
Yes.
So things like murder or theft could be seen as having the seed of wrath or envy before the murder or theft even happens. So while not
I had to restart the game, I was getting really salty, plus I need to pay attention to the video, so I'm probably going to pause it.
Jesus Christ went to hell in the 3 days between his death on the cross and his resurrection. This is often referred to as the harrowing of hell, and of course it's not saying that Jesus Christ went to hell because he deserved to, but because since the sin of the world was on him, he took that sin to hell and then resurrected from it. This is kind of alluded to in a few places in Scripture. For example, in Acts chapter 2, verse 31, while Peter is speaking, Peter says, "He, seeing this before, spake of the resurrection of Christ, that his soul was not left in hell, neither his flesh did see corruption." The idea of the word left there, meaning that he was there, just not anymore. And in Ephesians chapter 4, Paul says that when Jesus died, he descended to the lower parts of the earth, something that is often used to describe hell, especially in Paul's writings, as Paul does things like describe heaven as we know it as the third heaven that exists above the first heaven, a place of existence, the second heaven, the sky, and then the third heaven.
Which is why I get so upset.
Biblically, this theory does have.
Which is why I get so upset when people make fun of Mormons. People will make fun of Mormons for describing heaven as having like 3 layers, when canonically, if you read the Bible, there's 3 layers of heaven.
The backing. Throughout the Old Testament of the Bible, blood had to be shed as an atonement.
It's just the way in which they go about describing it.
So when people would sacrifice things like a lamb, they would put their sins onto the lamb before it was killed. And of course,
they call it like the celestial kingdom, the celestial kingdom.
The cross bears the sins of all of humanity. Then in his death on the cross, it stands to reason that he took those sins to hell, but when he resurrected, he left them there. Now, this also isn't to say that Jesus went to hell and was tortured as a soul informant. Instead, most depictions of the harrowing of hell believe him to have gone to hell and destroyed the gates of hell, or to have gathered the souls of the Old Testament, some beliefs, that believed in Christ before he was born and then bringing them up to heaven. Some say that he just took Adam or just took Moses, etc., which a lot of that depends on your belief of Old Testament salvation, right? That's another topic. In short, proponents of this theory don't really think of Jesus' harrowing of hell as a bad thing. I think of it more like, it's sacrilegious to say doom, guys, probably, but that visual only, less shotgun, probably. Hate is murder is, again, another concept from Jesus' teaching. In Matthew chapter 5, when Jesus is giving a sermon, he is talking about the new law that enters in with his presence and sacrifice on the cross. In the old law of the Old Testament, things like the Ten Commandments, it was a very black and white, don't do this thing,
There's
don't
an
do
idea
this thing, don't
that
do this thing. But in Matthew
that
chapter 5,
Adam, Moses, and Old Testament characters were condemned to hell
because have heard that it was said by them of old times,
Christ
thou
had
shalt
not
kill,
forgiven
and whosoever
humanity
shall kill shall be in
yet.
danger of
So when
judgment.
Christ
But
was
I say unto you, that whosoever is angry with
when
his
Christ
brother
was
without a
sent down
cause
to earth,
shall be in
Christ
danger of
literally
judgment.
had to
He
go
goes on
down
in verse
to
27
hell
and says, ye have heard
and
that it
pull
was said
them
by them
out of
thou
hell.
shalt not commit adultery.
So I imagine that was like doom.
That whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after
he was
her
like
hath
fucking
committed adultery with her already in his heart. So this leads people to ask the question, if I hate someone, is that just as bad as killing them? And the most commonly agreed belief in this topic is no. It's just Jesus personifying the new law through the individual. In other words, while previously you were just supposed to not do the thing, Jesus is trying to get across to his followers that in order to be, a good person or a righteous person, follower of God, whatever, you are not supposed to think on or want to do the thing in the first place. Because as mentioned with things like, the seven deadly sins, there's a base emotion that leads to all of the evil actions. So Jesus effectively here is saying, don't let the base emotion happen and you won't have to worry about the action. There are several times throughout the Bible and New Testament after Jesus where people are guilty of wanting to do bad things or of hating someone else, and it is a much different reaction than actually killing someone. So while some look at this and think it means that thinking of doing the sin is as bad as doing the sin, most would say not really. But, don't think about it if you can help it. On the concept of sin, we have the unforgivable sin. Now, this one causes quite a stir in some Christian beliefs. If the whole point of Jesus coming to earth was to, allow people to be forgiven of their sins, regardless of what they've done, and come to Christ, then why would one of them be unforgivable? As with the previous entry, this comes from one of Jesus' teachings. In Matthew 12, verse 31, he says, wherefore I say unto you, all manner of sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven unto men, but the blasphemy. This leads many to believe that if you commit blasphemy against the Holy Ghost, whatever that means, you can't get forgiveness for it. And you're just like, good luck, you're stuck here. While this verse causes a lot of debate, if you break down the wordage of it as well as the context, I don't think it's that hard to get. For example, this verse comes as a response.
I think murder is the unforgivable sin, if you ask me, but like,
Jesus performing miracles,
because murder is blasphemy upon the Holy Ghost, because you're literally taking away one's soul.
The devil,
you know what I mean?
And say that he is
that's just my interpretation
of
it.
Things that Jesus says in response. The Holy Spirit is the part of God that becomes a piece of us whenever we accept Christ, at least according to the Christian Bible. And keep in mind, the whole point of humanity is to be a God's son.
One of the,
We're originally made
the first tenth of the Ten Commandments is literally like, thou shalt not murder.
God has always a way to come back to that. So if blasphemy
is
the denouncing of God or the putting down of God, then putting down the Holy Spirit specifically would be putting down the part of God that comes to dwell within us. Or in other words, as most people interpret it, blasphemy against the Holy Spirit is just the rejection of God.
Yeah.
In other words, the only thing that prevents you from being a believer is not being a believer. Think about it. Sin, as it is classified in the Bible,
is the biggest rejection of God? Not following the Ten Commandments.
So the sin of blasphemy against the Holy Spirit is pushing off
most important of the Ten Commandments, thou shalt not murder.
A piece of us. So while some take this to mean that if you
it's
take
a
the right
weird
interpretation of words,
but that's my interpretation
you can't
of
get
it.
into heaven. Most believe this
also honor thy mother and father, thou shalt not cover any other false idols before me,
heaven or God,
etc., etc.,
etc. That is the one thing that keeps you from being a part of heaven or God.
Yes.
And Jesus isn't even saying here
I like that
about himself as the unforgivable sin, because in the next verse he says, and whosoever speaketh a word against the Son of Man, which is what Jesus referred to himself as, it shall be forgiven him. But whosoever speaketh against the Holy Ghost, it shall not be forgiven him, neither in this world, neither in the world to come.
Yeah.
Whoever speaketh against the Holy Ghost, it shall not be forgiven him, neither in this world, neither in the world to come. So yeah, it seems the unforgivable sin is not seeking forgiveness for sin.
Yeah.
Most people also wrap this into the belief of like mortal sin that comes up in Catholicism, which I'm not Catholic, so forgive me if I'm stupid here. But from my understanding, there are two types of sins within Catholicism, or maybe more, but the big ones are mortal or venial sins, whereas the latter is like minor sins that push you away from God but don't threaten your salvation. Mortal sin is a sin unto death, or a sin that you must seek forgiveness for. That's a phrase used throughout parts of the New Testament, that there is a sin unto death. But people who don't really believe in mortal sins or losing your salvation just believe that the sin unto death is the blasphemy against the Holy Spirit that's mentioned here, which again is never asking to be saved in the first place. Back to Revelation, another point that gets brought up a lot is the symbolism or the literal interpretation of the seven seals. So another thing that's mentioned throughout John's Revelation is that there are a series of seals that you saw opened up from heaven. The first four seals are the ones everyone knows about, the horsemen of war, pestilence, famine, and death. The four of them wreak havoc across the earth. The fifth seal is the cries of the martyrs that are heard, and the sixth is several plagues that stretch across the earth. And then the seventh seal is a series of seven trumpets that are sounded by the angels during the end times. These are described in Revelation chapters 8 through 11. The first one is hell and fire. The second is a great mountain of fire that falls into the ocean and turns the ocean into blood. The third is a star known as wormwood, which falls to the sea. The fourth is a third of the light on the earth that's gone. And then the final three break down into subsections again, as they are the three woes. The first woe, or the fifth trumpet, is a star that falls to the bottomless pit, and Abaddon, the lord or demon, whatever, of the pit, tortures the earth for 5 months and the people on it. The sixth trumpet, or second woe, is 4 angels are released from the Euphrates. When these angels are released from the Euphrates, 200 million horsemen kill a third of humanity. And then in the seventh trumpet, or the third woe, is when God takes throne over the new heaven and new earth and reigns forever. These seals and trumpets are used for several different points throughout predictive Christianity into the future, what the rapture, what Revelation will be. And again, it kind of depends on your interpretation, if you see these things as literal, if you see them as representative of what humanity does to each other, which is certainly a topic for another day, but I didn't want to bring up Revelation without, bringing up the parts that everyone talks about. Speaking of which, the mark of the beast is something that is referenced in Revelation chapter 13. In John's vision, he describes something known as the beast, this great creature that rises over humanity and forces them to bow to its will. Some believe this to be an individual, some believe this to be a person, some believe this to be the devil himself, and again, historians believe it to be like Nero. But in Revelation 13:16, John says, "And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. So the beast, according to John's prophecy, makes everyone receive a mark in either their hand or their forehead, and they're not allowed to sell or buy or live really without the mark. Again, a lot of people interpret Revelation as being symbolic. Maybe this is saying that people have to pledge to it, or people have to worship it and how they behave. A more literalist interpretation, if you believe this to be future events, is where many say that microchips are the mark of the beast. That, microchips implanted into your palm, and eventually all of technology is going to move to that, where you have to have the chip in order to commit any transactions or do anything in society. And if you go with the historic view, they say, well, maybe this is referencing money, that the emperor had to be on the coin, so it is a coin you hold in your hand that shows someone's forehead or the head on the coin itself. Again, up to your own interpretation, but if you hear anyone say that they're not getting a microchip because it's the mark of the beast, this is what they're talking about. Also, this is where the 666, being the number of the devil or the mark of the beast, the number of the beast, comes from. This is why the number 666 is often associated as iconography of the devil. And finally, for tier 1, we have Cain's wife, which is a thing people talk about a lot. So, in the beginning, we had Adam and Eve, who were created, and then they had 2 sons, Cain and Abel, and then Abel killed Cain. But then after that, Cain had more children. He had more descendants that followed. Now, a lot of people who don't read all the verses around it think that Cain and Abel were the only children Adam and Eve had, but that's not true. It says that Adam had many sons and daughters. But some hold to the theory that just because we don't hear of them, maybe God created other people spontaneously the same way he made Adam and Eve, which I guess isn't, anti-biblical, but also the whole reason he made Adam and Eve was to be like his companions in the garden. And then when they sinned, they were cast out and kind of left to their own devices for the most part. So I would call that unlikely. And also, later in the Bible, God makes a specific ruling that incest is wrong and that they shouldn't do it. That ruling did not come earlier in the Bible. While this seems to be a plausible course of what happened, the reason that it didn't result in genetic defects as it would today is you could say that, their DNA was perfect, it never degraded over time or through generations. So maybe that's why there weren't any hang-ups. Either way, it doesn't really affect our understanding of the Bible or stuff that comes afterwards, because, communion comes from a specific reference that Paul makes in 1 Corinthians. Communion is a practice within Christianity, also known as the Lord's Supper, where, like the disciples did before Jesus' crucifixion, they break bread and drink wine or juice, and have a remembrance of Christ and an examining of themselves and how they are behaving as a Christian. Depending on what group of Christianity you're in, this is either done at every service or worship meeting together. Other times it's done only occasionally, and in some it's not done at all. Well, the verse we're talking about now takes place in 1 Corinthians chapter 11. When addressing the topic of communion, Paul says in verse 27, "Wherefore whosoever shall eat this bread and drink this cup of the Lord unworthily shall be guilty of the body and blood of the Lord. But let a man examine himself, and so let him eat of that bread and drink of that cup. For he that eateth and drinketh unworthily eateth and drinketh damnation to himself, not discerning the Lord's body. For this cause many are weak and sickly among you, and many sleep." So that's implying that if you take communion unworthily or not having examined yourself, you could die. Similar to the unforgivable sin, this has caused some people to be very afraid of the concept of what if I'm not worthy whenever I take part in communion. As with a lot of Paul's letters, context here is important. Again, Paul's epistles or open letters to churches were often made in response or to address a certain point that the church has had. The church at Corinthians, throughout the rest of 1st and 2nd Corinthians, sounds pretty rough. By several accounts, they were turning the church into a party. They were doing worship where they were using idols and eating of food that was meant to be sacrificed to other gods. Basically, they were doing a lot of stuff wrong. So it seems here when Paul is saying when you do something as serious as communion, you need to take it seriously, or else it's not a good habit historically to mock God. So while it is true that communion, to those who practice it, is typically treated with reverence and something to be taken seriously, it's not saying that if you haven't confessed every single thing you can think of, you'll die. Again, Paul's being a little heavy-handed to a group of people that need a heavy hand. Again, it's not that any part of the Bible is wrong, you just have to understand what is being discussed. And again, here with the whole communion unworthily thing, it doesn't mean you die if you forget to pray about something. Speaking of context, Peter is Satan. So in Matthew chapter 16, Jesus calls Peter Satan. So in Matthew 16, verse 22, it says, "Then Peter took him," talking about Jesus, "and began to rebuke him, saying, Be it far from thee, Lord, this shall not be unto thee." Previously, Jesus was saying he is going to go to Jerusalem and be killed because, that's what he's supposed to do, the whole dying on the cross, whatever. And Peter's saying you shouldn't do that. So Jesus responds in verse 23 and says, "But he turned and said unto Peter, Get thee behind me, Satan. Thou art an offense unto me, for thou savorest not the things that be of God, but those that be of men." So, is Peter the devil? No, that's not what is being said. Jesus is talking about something that he has to suffer and go through for the sake of humanity. But Peter loves Jesus and doesn't want that to happen. Jesus is saying here that Peter is acting on behalf of Satan because he's rejecting what needs to be done in order for what Peter wants to be done. It's also true that throughout the Bible, Satan is used to describe the opponent or just an opponent to someone at certain points. So it could also be that Jesus is just saying, you know, get thee behind me, the perpetrator, I don't know. Even if Peter's coming from a good place, Jesus is enforcing to him that he can't let his spirit or what he wants to happen get in the way of what should be. And if you want proof that Peter is not actually the devil, the next point is Peter is the church. Jesus says in Matthew 16, verse 18, and I say also unto thee, that thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. So a lot of people see this as Jesus commissioning Peter as the beginning of the church, or the very first member of the church. It's for this reason, in Peter's actions that come afterwards, that Peter is considered the first pope within Catholicism. Now, the phrasing of these verses is argued a lot, because in the verses prior, Jesus asks Peter, kind of rhetorically, who am I? And Peter says, you're Jesus, you know, the Son of God. And then Jesus responds and says, thou art Peter, and on this rock I will build my church. So some people kind of say that clause is just like Peter saying, you're Jesus, and Jesus saying, yes, and you are Peter, and upon this rock, now back to referring to himself, Jesus. And of course, Jesus is the bedrock of faith, but Peter was definitely the one who, after Jesus ascended into heaven, did the most footwork in, like,
early
building the first churches.
Yes.
The beginning parts of Acts is just describing how Peter kind of took charge and began to be the one to speak in public places and speak to the Pharisees about who Jesus was, and was the first to continue to preach the gospel. I certainly think it's within reason to say that Jesus was talking about Peter there, considering what Peter does afterwards. I've also got to say, Peter has to be one of the most inspiring stories throughout the Bible, because when we first meet Peter, he questions God constantly. He never knows what's going on. He doubts him. He denies him. But then after the resurrection, we see him taking charge. We see him being the one who's willing to lay down his life for it. And as mentioned here, if you take the reading literally, Jesus says, that's the guy I want to lead the church, in spite of all of his shortcomings.
Josh Peck, you have betrayed us all.
All of his shortcomings, he's the man. Next up, we have the mark of Cain. So as mentioned earlier, Cain and Abel were the sons of Adam and Eve, and Cain killed Abel because he was jealous of Abel's sacrifice to God. After Cain kills Abel, God says that Cain must walk the earth forever. Specifically, God says that he will be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. Cain says he cannot bear this, which is big talk coming from the guy that just murdered his brother in cold blood. Cain says that he cannot bear this, and that anyone he runs into will kill him. This also raises a lot of questions about, like, how many kids did Adam and Eve have, and how many people were around in the earth that you could run into another group of people that were your strangers, that are also your, like, brothers, sisters, nieces, and nephews, but whatever. And after Cain says this, in Genesis 4, verse 15, it says, and the Lord said unto him, therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. So Cain receives a mark that makes it to where anyone who attacks him will have worse done to them. In other words, Cain cannot be killed, but he has to suffer with this curse that God has put him under for murdering his brother. So a lot of people have asked, what is the mark of Cain? Well, most interpretations say that it was a symbol that was either put on Cain's forehead or on his hand or something like that. Other apocryphal books of the Bible will say that perhaps the mark of Cain was horns that were put onto his head, which is probably just a tie to, like, Satanism or demonic beliefs that were around whenever the non-canonical book was written. Tragically, the mark of Cain has been used a lot in history to justify a lot of evil actions, as people who were proponents of things like the slave trade would say that dark skin was the mark of Cain. For one, not only is that rude, but it also doesn't make sense even if you stretch biblical stories. For one, we're not told that the mark has anything to do with skin complexion, but even if you pretended that it did, there's several examples of, like, people from Africa being people to leave the church in the New Testament, and the Ethiopian eunuch that Philip led to Christ and started the churches in Africa. Or you have the man who helped carry Jesus' cross to Calvary, who historically is often believed to be a man from Africa. It also doesn't make sense because after the whole Cain and Abel thing, in a few generations, the flood happens, and the world gets reset to Noah and his 3 sons and all of their wives. So, like, that wouldn't solve the slavery thing for you if that happened, because then that whole lineage of Mark of Cain would be wiped out during the flood. And also, it says that any danger that befalls Cain will happen to you 7-fold. So that makes things much worse for you if you're trying to argue that point. It doesn't hold water. Nevertheless, people have used it for awful means in the past, because most of the time they were saying these things to people who were uneducated about the scripture and just went with what they were told. On a lesser note, there are some beliefs within groups like Mormonism, I believe, that the mark of Cain was him being covered in hair and looking like a beast. And because of his whole "you will walk the earth forever," that means Cain can't die and no danger can befall him. So all that to say, there is a belief that the mark of Cain made Cain into Bigfoot. And Bigfoot is real, and it's Cain in the woods, being really sad. Anyway, Jesus' family thought he was crazy. Is self-explanatory. In Mark 3:21, during one of Jesus' earliest messages, it says, "And when his friends heard of it, they went out to lay hold on him, for they said he is beside himself." In other words, he's out of his mind. And then later in verse 31, it says, "There came then his brethren and his mother, and standing without, sent unto him, calling him." So at the beginning of Jesus' ministry, his friends see him and think he's crazy for saying the things that he's saying, and they can't get him to quit. So then they go get his brethren and his mother to get him to quit, and he still won't do that, because we have, the whole New Testament after that. Jesus goes on in the following verses to say that his family is the other believers, or the people that follow him. And that's not to say that Jesus doesn't like his family. There's another verse during Jesus' teachings where he says, you cannot follow me unless you hate your family, which again, if you view that out of context, it sounds like Jesus doesn't like family, but a lot of the Bible, including Jesus' teachings, is about loving your family, and Jesus was very close with his mother Mary. Similar to Peter being referred to as Satan, this doesn't seem to be Jesus thinking worse of his family. It's him understanding that what must be done outweighs what they want to be done, or their understanding of thinking that Jesus has gone mad. But regardless, it seems reasonable to say that Jesus' family thought he was nuts, at least for a while. I imagine after the whole coming back from the dead and healing people and doing miracles and stuff, they changed their mind. Maybe, maybe not. Paul's thorn is something that Paul mentions once in his writings, but is alluded to outside of the one mention. In 2 Corinthians 12:7, Paul says, "And lest I should be exalted above measure through the abundance of the revelations, there was given to me a thorn in the flesh, the messenger of Satan to buffet me, lest I should be exalted above measure." What is that light? Oh my word. Because it's fitting, we'll leave it. Paul goes on after this to talk about this infirmity that he has that is a burden to him. So while we're never told explicitly what it is, it seems that Paul has some kind of physical condition. Some believe that maybe Paul was partially crippled and had to walk with a cane. Others believe that maybe Paul had some kind of chronic pain or nerve condition. However, what I think is the problem, and it seems most scholars agree, was his eyesight. In Galatians 4 verse 13, Paul says, "Ye know how through infirmity of the flesh I preached the gospel unto you at the first. And my temptation which was in my flesh ye despised not, nor rejected, but received me as an angel of God, even as Christ Jesus." So whatever infirmity Paul has, it's physical, and Paul commends the people for not being disgusted by it. But then he says, "Where is then the blessedness ye spake of? For I bear you record that, if it had been possible, you would have plucked out your own eyes and have given them to me." So Paul is speaking about how kind these people were to him, and that they would have given him their eyes if they could. So it seems likely to me that the problem would be his eyes. Oh my word, what? Whoa, look at that light, that's insane. I feel like hide from it. Another detail about Paul is, unlike some other authors of the Bible, every letter that Paul wrote, he had someone else write. He normally mentions them at the end of the text, where he's saying, "This is being written as I speak it to so-and-so." But he would normally sign the letter himself at the very end. A lot of the original works seem to have a very huge difference in the penmanship, as Paul's own handwriting was much more sloppy than the person he had writing it down. He even says this at the end of Galatians, when in chapter 6, verse 11, he says, "Ye see how large a letter I have written unto you with mine own hand." So whatever condition Paul had, it made it hard for him to write. He had to have someone else do it, and when he did write, he had to write very big. Again, I think what is most likely is his eyesight. But he also commends the people for not being disgusted by it, so this leads many to believe maybe he had some, like, infection or some kind of disease that ran over his eyes that made them, ooze or look unappealing. This would also make sense because at the beginning of Paul's ministry, if you'll remember, he was blinded by God, kind of like how you guys are. Oh my word! So the road to Damascus, Paul was walking down the road, and then that happened. A light from God shone in his eyes, and it blinded him. And then Ananias had to come and pray with him, and it said the scales that were on Paul's eyes came off, which most people think means he was completely better, but maybe he still had some ramifications from that experience, from that meeting with God. It would make sense as when Ananias is about to go to Paul, God says, "I will show him how great things he must suffer for my sake." So maybe his blinding left behind lasting impacts, and that is his thorn in the flesh that he is talking about, and that is the reason for his poor eyesight and large writing. Other people think the thorn in the flesh may have been like a person or like someone bothering him a lot. Paul does have this one really funny verse in 2 Timothy 4:14. This is when Paul is writing to his apprentice Timothy. Paul says, "Alexander the coppersmith did me much evil. The Lord reward him according to his works." For one, we never hear about Alexander the coppersmith again, but he made Paul so mad that he had to mention it to Timothy and said the Lord will deal with him. So some people think maybe the coppersmith is Paul's thorn in the flesh, and as funny as that is, I think eyesight is much more likely. I have to do something about that. Okay. The next term is Song of Solomon. Now, if you're a Christian, Song of Solomon is something that you're very familiar with, also known as the Song of Songs. But if you're not familiar with the Bible, then this may seem kind of strange. Solomon was the son of David, who is described as the wisest man to ever live. And while we know he's the author of books in the Bible like Ecclesiastes, Song of Solomon is either partially written by him or was written for him. The content of Song of Solomon is several chapters of a man and woman who love each other, describing their feelings for each other, with the end of the Song of Solomon ultimately culminating in a wedding. And one of the most standout things about the Song of Solomon is that it is incredibly erotic. There are entire chapters of the male counterpart of the story describing every detail of the woman's body, and then the woman does the same for the man. Of course, this is all done very poetically as it refers to tasting of each other and each other's fruit. But if you're not familiar with the Bible, its inclusion can seem kind of strange. Many have tried to argue that the Song of Solomon is just representative of God and the church and their love for each other. But I think that's kind of strange, again, given some of the context mentioned in the book. But most believe more so it is just affirming to Christians that there's nothing wrong with passion and desire when it's applied well. But regardless, probably not the kind of thing you would be taught in Sunday school, at least, hopefully not. Next up we have Melchizedek, and this is a weird one. Okay, so the actual story of Melchizedek is only told in one section of the Bible in Genesis 14. So in the story, Abram has just finished a battle, and he returned from the battle weary. And then the Bible says in Genesis 14:18, "And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of the Most High God. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abram of the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be the Most High God, which hath delivered thine enemies into thine hand, and he gave him tithes of all." There's a few verses after that of the two talking, but Melchizedek's story ends there, but he is talked about afterwards with quite the significance. So for one, it says here that he was a priest of Salem, which would eventually become Jerusalem, and that he was a priest of the true God, and he brought Abram bread and wine. The first example in the Bible we see of ideas of the Passover or communion. It's even mentioned that they give tithes to him, which will become a mission of the church later in the Bible. Now, while there were certainly people who followed God before Moses and the Levitican law and stuff like that, it's weird that Melchizedek is mentioned as being a priest of the true God, because typically when we think of priests in the Old Testament, we think of Aaron and his lineage and the Levites, but here we have a priest that precedes all of them. As a matter of fact, it precedes the Abrahamic covenant, as Abraham isn't even Abraham yet. He's still Abram. Hundreds of years later, David mentions Melchizedek in the book of Psalms, when in Psalms 110:4 he says, "The Lord hath sworn and will not repent, thou art a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek." Not Aaron or the Levites or whatever, but Melchizedek. Another weird thing is that the name Melchizedek itself translates to King of Peace or King of Righteousness, which these are names that are most often associated with Jesus, not a priest. Sure, Jesus is the high priest and the fulfillment of the law of the Old Testament, but still, giving this random priest all the way back in Abram's time the same title that you give to Jesus is kind of odd. However, the most interesting thing about Melchizedek is in the book of Hebrews, he gets an entire chapter. So Hebrews was written during the time of the New Testament. Most people believe the author of the book to be Paul, and it's believed that Hebrews is musings over all of Scripture and effectively a commentary on what came before. Well, in Hebrews chapter 7, it says, "For this Melchizedek, king of Salem, priest of the Most High God, who met Abraham returning from the slaughter of the kings and blessed him," which is the story I just read, "to whom also Abraham gave a tenth part of all, first being by interpretation king of righteousness, and after that also king of Salem, which is king of peace. Without father, without mother, without descent, having neither beginning of days nor end of life, but made like unto the Son of God, abideth a priest continually." And then the rest of the chapter goes on to talk about how the order of the priest was actually the order of Melchizedek. So here, you could say that the author of Hebrews is talking about Melchizedek's priestly lineage, saying he didn't have a father or a mother or an end of days. But he's also saying that, at least as far as the text is concerned, that Melchizedek didn't have a father or mother or offspring, but neither had an end and lives forever. Now, there are many events in the Bible, especially the Old Testament, that can be seen as signs or predecessors of what's to come. This is referred to as a typology, when the symbolism we see directly translates to something that appears further in time. A lot of the times the Bible calls these out directly. Like, for example, when Moses had to lift the copper serpent in the wilderness for people to look at it in order to be saved from the snakes that were running through the camp. Not only can we assume that this is symbolism of what Christ would later do on the cross, but the Bible outright says it when somewhere in the New Testament, I'll put the verse on screen, it says, "Even as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so was the Son of Man lifted up." So maybe Melchizedek appearing as the high priest is just symbolism of what Jesus would do later, and that's why Hebrews applies so much power to him. The other theory is that perhaps Melchizedek is the best example of a concept known as Christophany. So Jesus makes very clear throughout his teachings that just like God the Father, he has no beginning or end. Sure, Jesus had a beginning and end on earth when he was born as a human and then died as a human, only to be resurrected as Jesus Christ. But the essence of Jesus Christ always has been. Jesus was very clear that I and the Father are one. So that means Jesus always existed. He didn't just come to be whenever the New Testament began. Meaning that Jesus has always been around throughout the Old Testament, even if he never interacted on earth. But what if he did? Now, this isn't to say that there was ever another time when Jesus was made into a man to come to earth. The Bible's very explicit that his birth and death, as told through the New Testament, were the only times that happened. But what if in his holy form he appeared to people throughout the Old Testament in this divine figure? There are some that believe the mention of the angel of the Lord is actually just people witnessing Jesus Christ before his birth as a man. Or in the story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, when the three men are thrown into a fire and not burned, the guard looks into the fire and says, "I see a fourth man," and the fourth appears as the Son of God. Again, that could just mean an angel. That could mean, according to the whole Christophany theory, that might have been Jesus Christ. So, what if Melchizedek, the King of Righteousness as he's called, showed up to Abraham when he was still Abram and gave the symbolism of what would later become mainstays throughout the church. And what if it was Jesus Christ who officiated the office of a high priest, only to one day fulfill the need for it with his birth and death as a man? There's points to be made on either side of the argument, but nevertheless, it's interesting that this one guy in Genesis 14 is so highly revered throughout the rest of the Bible. Speaking of things that are mentioned in the Old Testament but become a much bigger deal later, we have Gog and Magog. Now, there are two people in the Old Testament named Gog and Magog who are descendants of Judah, but the more well-known phrase Gog and Magog refers to a group of people or a land that people dwelled in that were at war with the people of Israel around the time of Ezekiel. In the story of Ezekiel, the people of God defeat the people of Gog and Magog in battle, but then all the way at the end of the Bible, in Revelation chapter 20, the name comes up again. When in verse 8 it says, "And shall go out to deceive the nations which are in the four quarters of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them together to battle, the number of whom is as the sand of the sea." So Revelation is saying there will be this great multitude of people that will do evil and do war, that are later described to be defeated through the rest of Revelation. But here we see that name come up, Gog and Magog. So is the Bible saying that the same people that were defeated, or the same land that was defeated all the way back in Ezekiel's time, is rising up again? Or is it just symbolism that Revelation is using the same name of a group of people who already tried that several thousand years ago? To me, I believe this to be further evidence that Revelation is a vision, right? And a lot of the events that are seen are symbolic. So it makes sense here for John to use the name of a nation that did the same thing that is being described now, rather than thinking that the actual land is the ones that are waging war. Whereas a more literalist interpretation is to say that maybe these armies will rise up in the same area of the land of Gog and Magog. Either way, it's another example of a one-off mention earlier in the Bible becoming much more prevalent later on. The age of the patriarchs is a debate for a lot of biblical scholars. So, in the Old Testament, people lived for a really long time, especially before the flood. There's figures like Adam and Methuselah that are described as reaching 900 years and more in age. And it's not uncommon for several people to live for 300, 400, 500 years. However, after the biblical flood, there is a steep decline in the average lifespan of people that are mentioned. In Genesis 6:3, there's a verse where God says he sees it fit that man should live 120 years. So perhaps that is meant to apply to people that will come after the flood of what man's lifespan on earth should be, or at least the max end of it. There are a lot of theories as to why the ages pre-flood are as old as they are. Some simply argue that a lot of the verbiage in Genesis is figurative, so maybe 930 years is actually 930 months or something. Same kind of argument that says the 7 days of creation are actually representative of like millennias. However, if you take the years literally, there are some theories. One theory is that God simply extended humanity's lifespan before the flood because, again, if we started with just Adam and Eve, then the earth would have taken a very long time to be populated unless people could live as if they were young and reproduce for several hundred years. The other theory is that maybe the conditions of the world just allowed people to live for a lot longer. In the creation story, it says that there is a firmament of water that is placed about the earth, but then after the flood, the firmament is gone. So perhaps the Great Flood itself was the firmament of water crashing in on the earth. And if there was a firmament of water around the earth, which would make sense because in Noah's time, whenever the flood comes, it mentions that it had never rained before and men had never seen water fall from the sky, which you may not need to if we're in such an oxygenated atmosphere because of water that encompasses the globe. Maybe that firmament of water would keep out things like the sun's radiation that is known to cause aging. Or perhaps there were just less contaminants and pollutants in the air. Perhaps the conditions of the earth pre-flood just allowed people to live long, and that's why after the flood we see a dramatic decline. Either way, it's a topic that's been around for a while and there's still debate about to this day. For a while, and there's still debate about to this day. Speaking of Noah's Ark and the flood and all of that, Ham uncovered Noah's nakedness. So when Noah went onto the ark, he went onto the ark with his wife, his 3 sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, and their 3 wives. Since they were the only humans that survived the flood, they had the task of repopulating the earth afterwards. effectively a new Adam, or a reset on humanity's history. Most of you were probably told the story of Noah, that Noah built the ark, and then they walk out of the ark, and then a rainbow appears in the sky. That's God's promise that he'll never flood the earth again, and then the story ends there. Well, the next few verses in Genesis chapter 9 describe a not so very Sunday school ending. It says that one night Noah became drunk with wine and was lying naked in his home. Ham, one of Noah's sons, saw Noah and decided to get his brothers so that they could mock and laugh at their father's nakedness. Shem and Japheth respected their father, and instead of mocking him, turned their head away and covered their father up. And when Noah wakes up and realizes what happens, he rebukes Ham and says that Ham's arrogance will lead to a fault, and that his descendants will be the people of Canaan, which are a recurring enemy throughout the Old Testament. And then right after this, it says that Noah dies. So again, not a very lighthearted ending to the Noah's Ark and rainbow story. So a lot of people hear this and say, why was Noah drunk? If drunkenness is looked down on in the Bible, why did he do that? And I would say, I'd like to see everyone you ever known except your immediate family die in a global flood, and then you're forced to repopulate the earth. It's not that what Noah was doing was okay, but it's not that that made what Ham did okay either. A lot of people also apply to this story that Noah cursed Ham, and that's the reason that the Canaanites and his descendants became wicked. But Noah never curses Ham. He just says, because of his actions, because of his attitude, this is what's going to happen, and sure enough, that lineage is what Ham creates. It's almost like if you see Noah as a new Adam, a new reset for the earth, then this is the equivalent of the creation fall. Man being shown to once again sin, and the consequences for that being played out again and again throughout history. Then finally, for Tier 2, we have the fact that the book of Esther does not mention God. This surprised me the first time I read about it. There is not a single mention of God anywhere in the book of Esther, which may lead some to ask, then why is it in the Bible? The book of Esther comes from a time when the people of Israel were under captivity of Persian rule. The king sees a Jewish woman named Esther and decides that he wants to take her to be his wife. At the same time this is happening, a man named Haman is trying to petition to the king to have the Jews executed. So the bulk of the book of Esther is Esther trying to win over the king while keeping her ethnicity secret so that she won't be viewed as a target, ultimately to convince the king to save her people. And at the end of the story, this is successful, and the man Haman, who was trying to get the Jewish people executed, ends up being executed at the gallows he had built to hang the priestly leader of the Jewish people. That priestly leader being a man named Mordecai, who is Esther's uncle. So the book of Esther itself plays out more like a political drama, and again doesn't have any explicit mentions of God, and there's a couple reasons for this. For one, most believe the book of Esther was written by Mordecai, again Esther's uncle, who was the leader of the priestly class at the time. As at the end of the story, Mordecai makes peace with the kingship and begins to work with them, it stands to reason that he wouldn't have been allowed to include mentions of God even if he wanted to. Sure, the king of Persia decided to not execute the Jewish people, but that doesn't mean they can worship their own gods that aren't Persian gods. So perhaps Mordecai simply censored his writings in order to allow it to exist. And on top of that, the story of Esther is evident of God enough in itself that it doesn't really need to be stated. There are times where it is certainly in the underlying text. For example, at one point, when Mordecai is trying to convince Esther to petition the king, Mordecai makes the point of, why do you think you're in this position to begin with? Do you think this is all just by chance, pointing towards a divine appointment? Considering that most of the Bible is very explicit about God's actions, or what God, Jesus, and the followers are doing, it's interesting to have the book of Esther, which is more so an application of that, but just by the people who follow God, rather than waiting on God to do everything by himself. With that, we are on to Tier 3. Simon the magician is mentioned in Acts chapter 9. There are several people who get brief mentions in the Bible of practicing witchcraft or sorcery, and Simon is one of these people. When the apostles, after Jesus' death, make their way to Simon's city, Simon witnesses them performing miracles, Simon believes in God, and becomes a part of the church. However, it quickly becomes clear to the apostles that the only reason Simon wants to follow them around is that he wants to be able to perform the same miracles he sees them performing, things like healing the sick. This leads Simon to approach Peter and offer Peter money to give Simon this power. Peter rebukes Simon, saying that this isn't a money thing, the whole point is faith and trust in God, and he's missing the whole point. and Simon leaves in shame and isn't mentioned for the rest of the Bible. Now, this in its own right is an interesting story. There's a magician who converts to Christianity, or at least seemingly does, and then tries to buy his way into the glory of the church, which many view to be a very apt example for things that would be seen throughout the rest of history. People trying to buy good favor or buy the name of God with money, or by thinking that they can trade their earthly goods for heavenly possessions, which again is kind of missing the whole point of the faith and trust in God thing. However, what is very interesting about Simon is this guy shows up a lot in Gnostic texts and apocryphal texts. So Gnosticism is its own whole thing. It's like beliefs of multi-gods and like a pantheon of gods that also incorporates elements of Christianity, which is a whole can of worms. And apocryphal texts are books that at one point were considered or were submitted, if you will, as books of the Bible, but were rejected for one reason or the other. In several of these, Simon the Magician comes up a lot, the story often being that after leaving the disciples in shame, he decides to come back as their enemy. And he does things like telling them about how he's learned new powers of witchcraft. And in one story, Peter challenges him in the Colosseum as Simon is flying around in the air, and then Peter performs a miracle and Simon just falls out of the sky to the ground and dies. Some accounts even saying that this public display of miracles against Simon the Magician is what led to Peter's execution. Now again, is any of this true? Probably not, but it's interesting that a character that is mentioned for a little bit in Acts chapter 9 goes on to inspire so many stories that even try to loop it back into real-world text and historical records of things like Peter's execution. Text and historical records of things like Peter's execution. Speaking of magicians and witchcraft, we have the Witch of Endor. There are some Christian groups that will try to simplify a lot of elements of the Old Testament. They'll say things like, well, all of the false gods that the other tribes were worshipped didn't exist. They were just statues that they would pray to and sacrifice to and never got anything out of it. Or the things like witchcraft or sorcery were entirely made up. But stories like the Witch of Endor kind of disprove that theory. The short version of this story that occurs in 1 Samuel chapter 28 is that King Saul really wants David dead, which I'll do a video about David at some point because that guy had a really weird life. But all you need to know for now is that Saul was fed up and was determined to do anything to get rid of David immediately. So Saul, who was the Lord's anointed king over Israel, decides to seek out a witch in order to conjure up the soul of Samuel, his old mentor, the prophet. So Saul finds someone who's known as the Witch of Endor. She performs a spell, and sure enough, the soul of Samuel is conjured up. This is one of, if not the only I can think of right now, examples in the Bible of a ghost or spirit that is removed from someone appearing back on earth, or at least appearing back on earth outside of like a heavenly vision or like an appearance from heaven. The first thing that the spirit of Samuel says to Saul is, "Why hast thou disquieted me?" Which is terrifying for the soul of a prophet who was forcefully raised from the dead. So this story of the Witch of Endor gives a lot of credence to the fact that these witches probably did have some level of power. Sure, it wasn't comparable to the power of God or true power, but power nonetheless. There's other examples of this in the Bible as well. When Moses goes to the Pharaoh in order to demand the freedom of the people out of Egypt, it says that Pharaoh's servants or magicians cause snakes to appear. And then, of course, in the story, Moses throws down his staff, it becomes a snake and eats the other snakes, which is symbolic of the power of God being the most powerful. But Pharaoh's magicians made snakes nonetheless. Things like the Witch of Endor give reminder that when we hear stories in the Old Testament of people performing human sacrifices, or people cutting themselves, or pledging their servants to these lesser gods or false gods, they were probably getting something out of it. The Matthean clause is an often overlooked mention in the book of Matthew concerning marriage. So most of you have probably heard that within Christian beliefs, divorce is...
Exactly. It's like magic is real in the Bible, but God's magic, Yahweh's magic, is so much more powerful. That's why he's like, do not worship other false gods before me, because I am the one true God. I am the one. These other gods, they ain't shit. You dig? You dig? These other gods, they ain't shit. I am the big bad booty boy. I'm the boy. I'm the booty blaster that came from the fucking desert. I am the thunder god. Yes, Yahweh is a thunder god. I don't know why I said booty blaster. He is. Yahweh canonically blasted booties. Look it up. It's true. It's in the Bible. No.
So most of you have probably heard that within Christian beliefs, divorce is never allowed under any circumstances. The Bible verse is, what God hath joined together, let not man separate. And while that's true, the Bible's pretty clear that marriage is the joining of two people in the eyes of God. That doesn't mean that there is never cause to separate, one of these being in Matthew. In Matthew 19:9, Jesus says, and I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery. That clause of except it be for fornication implies that if someone fornicates or cheats on you in a marriage, you are no longer bound to that
instant hell.
Now, that's not necessarily saying that you absolutely should leave or that people can't change or reconcile, but as far as God is considered, you're no longer obligated to stay. Similar points are echoed later in the Bible. In one of Paul's writings, he says that if someone abandons their partner, then the other partner is allowed to move on. And of course, things like adultery are minimal when compared to things like spousal abuse, in which case normally the solution for that is like stoning or something. Basically, some hardcore Christian groups will argue that there is never a reason to leave the marriage and you are bound to it forever. And while yes, that is true, if one of you breaks the ties of that marriage, then the other one doesn't have to stick around. And again, as with any other one of Jesus' teachings, it follows logic. If the whole point of marriage is God joining two people and they take a vow to each other and God to love each other all as one, then if one of the two cheats or is abusive, the other one doesn't have to stick around in that bond because it's already been broken. So more intensive groups that say people have to stay with a cheating or abusive partner, I guess just pretend like the verse doesn't exist. The two witnesses of Revelation are another thing from Revelation that is, as you can imagine, highly debated. So again, in John's vision, he says that he saw two witnesses who came to the earth and spoke for God before they were murdered, 3 days later resurrected, and ascended to heaven while the world watched. So viewing Revelation from the futurist perspective, that begs the question, who are the two witnesses? The two most common theories is that it's either two random people, as in during the time of Revelation, there will be two people who follow after God who are suddenly elected to be the two witnesses. And the other theory is that it's Moses and Elijah. The Moses and Elijah one certainly has some symbols that follow it. For example, it says the two witnesses will do things like turn water to blood and rain fire from heaven, both of which were things that Moses and Elijah did. And it wouldn't be unlike the Bible to use symbolism from then in the future. Also, despite Elijah and Moses never knowing each other, the two have a lot of significance together, as both of them appeared at the transfiguration of Jesus Christ at the beginning of his earthly ministry. The other theory is that it is Elijah and Enoch, the two people from the Bible who never died. Enoch walked and talked with God every day, and then one day God simply took Enoch to heaven. And then Elijah stepped onto a flaming chariot from the sky and rode it up to heaven. So some argue that since the two of them never died, but the Bible says that every man is supposed to die at some point, even Jesus technically, although he rose again, but his human form died. They say, to fit the qualifications, God's got to send Elijah and Enoch back down to die this time, and then they can go back up to heaven. The two witnesses are also used to affirm the validity of Revelation. One of the biggest things that made Revelation accepted by the early church leaders is how heavily it ties to a lot of Old Testament prophecy. And one of those examples is in Zechariah 4, where Zechariah is seeing a vision of two other people in a story that was related to his time, describes them in his vision as the two olive trees. Where then in Revelations chapter 11, once again, these two witnesses are described as the olive trees, hearkening back to the themes of Zechariah. And again, that gives us another typology of symbolism back then being used as a mirror of what's to come. Speaking of Elijah, let's talk about his apprentice, Elisha, and the two bears. So a lot of people glaze over this story. or use it as a very heavy-handed message for children to respect adults. Right after Elijah gets carried up to heaven on the flaming chariot that I mentioned, Elisha, his apprentice who has now taken his place as prophet, is walking through the area of Bethel. And the Bible says in 2 Kings 2:23, "And he went up from thence unto Bethel, and as he was going up by the way, there came forth little children out of the city, and mocked him, and said unto him, Go up, thou bald head, go up, thou bald head. And he turned back and looked on them, and cursed them in the name of the Lord. And there came forth 2 she-bears out of the wood, and tare 42 children of them." So that seems like a lot, right? A group of kids come out and say, "Hey, Baldy," and then Elisha's like, "Have you considered bears before?" Well, a lot of people's understanding with this verse may be an issue of the English language. So the original Hebrew word that is used there is ner, which is used at other points in the Bible not to denote children, but to denote servants or rookies. So perhaps the word is closer to apprentice or follower than it is to an actual kid. Well, an apprentice of what, you may be asking? Well, the story tells us that Elisha was making his way through Bethel, and Bethel was a region of lesser god worship, and therefore human sacrifice, animal sacrifice, things like that. So it's possible that the people that accosted Elisha were actually like priests or followers of one of these lesser gods. And what they're saying isn't just an insult about him being bald, it's an insult towards Elijah's ascension to heaven. In other words, these priests of another god are saying, "Why don't you go up baldy?" In other words, mocking the same way that Elijah had just went up into heaven. So maybe not necessarily a group of kids just calling him bald, maybe something more like a priest of a enemy god that, especially during this time of the Bible, the children of God and the children of the lesser gods like Baal were constantly at war with each other. Maybe a bit more justified, and I guess you could say it doesn't say that the bears killed 42 of them, it just says that he tore them up to whatever capacity that means. Jonadab believes that when Jonah was swallowed by the whale or great fish, that he died and then was resurrected when the fish spit him up. The idea of this comes from Jonah 2:2, when while in the belly of the fish, Jonah says, "I cried by reason of mine affliction unto the Lord, and he heard me. Out of the belly of hell cried I, and thou heardest my voice." Now, the original word that's used here is Sheol, and Sheol can also mean the grave or the depths, or it could just be that Jonah is using the word hell figuratively here rather than literally dying, because I would say being swallowed by a giant fish at the bottom of the ocean would be pretty close to that. The other piece of backing for this says in one of Jesus' teachings that when he mentions just as Jonah was in the belly or in the depths for 3 days and then rose again, so will I do the same. I'm paraphrasing. But again, that could just be figuratively of him literally rising from the depths of the ocean to the land. But either way, it's a different way to look at the story of Jonah. 200 foreskins.
Yep, David collected.
Make it a night where anything can happen.
Foreskins. This is probably the Bible story I get asked about the most. I'll be live streaming or on a podcast. People will be like, "Is the foreskin thing real?" And I'm like, "Yes." And they're like, "Why?" So remember how earlier I said at one point King Saul was so determined to kill David that he went to a witch to conjure up the soul of a prophet? Well, the 200 foreskin story happens a little earlier in the timeline than that, before Saul is ready to outright try to kill David himself. At this point, he is just trying to set up a series of hijinks in order to get David killed. So at this point in the story, David is living in the king's palace, and he's become a sort of local legend because he killed Goliath with stone. And Saul becomes jealous of David's position and his fame, and begins to suspect that David is going to take the throne from him. And this story is retold in 1 Samuel chapter 18, but the abridged version is that Saul says, "David, I want you to go kill 100 Philistines and bring me back their foreskins." Now, this may sound really weird and gross, but there are only people in the region who practice circumcision. So that meant if you brought back a foreskin, it absolutely had to come from one of the Philistine enemies. So if Saul would have said, bring me back 100 thumbs or 100 ears, David could have gone to the battlefield and taken those off of the dead or off of his own men. But since it was 100 foreskins, that had to come from the Philistines. Now, Saul also realizes that he can't just send this kid on a mission that's going to kill him, so he justifies it by saying, this is a test, and if you pass the test, you can have my daughter to marry. So David, with his annoying can-do attitude, doesn't just bring back 100 foreskins for Saul, he brings back 200 foreskins. Because David feels like his great king deserves double of whatever he asks. I can only imagine that David handed Saul the bag. Saul's like, thank you. Count this, please. So while there was a logistical reason for making foreskins be the trophy he was supposed to find, and the whole plan was to get him killed in the first place, I understand why it's weird, and it is weird. I'm not saying it's not. Now to go from kind of weird to disturbing, let's talk about Lot's depravity. So Genesis, throughout chapters like 18 and 19, Lot goes to the city of Sodom and Gomorrah and decides to live there for some time. God says that the people of Sodom and Gomorrah are evil and that he's going to destroy it, so a couple of angels go to get Lot and his family out of Sodom before the city is destroyed. And we quickly realize how much the city has had an effect on Lot. When the angels arrive, they get to Lot's house and go inside, and then a short time after, the men of the city surround Lot's house to ask who the two strangers are, and that Lot may bring them out so that the men may know them. And yes, that means know in the biblical sense.
We want to rape them, brother.
Says, look,
give us the
these
angels.
are my guests. Don't do that to them. But I have two daughters who have never known a man. You can have them if you want. It's absurd because Lot's brother Abraham goes a very much different route in his life, not to say he was perfect by any means, but we have Lot here who's just in the city for a short amount of time, and now he's like, no, this is reasonable, I should give them my two daughters. I think that makes sense. So then the angels leave the city with the family. As they're leaving, Lot's wife turns around because she misses the city, and she turns to a pillar of salt, which if you're not familiar with the story, that's a weird detail that I won't elaborate. But then it says after they've left the city, that Lot and his two daughters are in a camp, and the daughters speak to each other and say that now they are worried that they will never have a husband or anyone to give them children. But their dad's right there, so the two take turns getting him drunk and knowing him. The children they would have from this union go on to be Moab and Ammon, who eventually become the Moabite and Ammonite people, both groups that did war with the children of God constantly. So the entire story can be seen as one picture of what happens when a good person lets themselves be around bad people and accept bad people for so long that eventually they become no better. And the ramifications that has not only for himself, but for generations to come. Also, unless you grew up in church, I can't really describe...
Yeah, it's hard to describe that story to people. If
you grew up in church, I can't really describe how weird it is to find out about some of these stories later.
Yeah.
Because you like go to Sunday school and you're like, Father Abraham and then his sons, and like everything's just like, oh, everyone was shepherds and there were rainbows and oh, look at all the cute animals on the ark. And then you get a little bit older, like your teenage classes, and it's like, yeah, so, you know, Lot's daughters decided to drug him. A lot of people ask, they're like, how do you remember all of these Bible stories? And I guarantee you would remember them too if you were there. On a lighter note, how about the fact that King Eglon was very fat? So the book of Judges is a series of times when the children of God periodically rebel and find themselves in captivity, and God raises up a judge to save them from that captivity. A lot of the judges you're probably familiar with, people like Samson or Gideon. Well, one of the lesser-known judges was a man named Ehud. At this period of time, the people are under the rule of a wicked Moabite king named Eglon. So Ehud asks to speak to King Eglon and hides a knife in his right thigh. The Bible makes the point that Ehud is left-handed. So Ehud approaches the king Eglon and holds his hand up and reaches with his left hand to his right thigh, to which he pulls a dagger and stabs the king. But in Judges 3, verse 21, the Bible feels the need to describe it like this. And Ehud put forth his left hand and took the dagger from his right thigh and thrust it into his belly. And the haft also went in after the blade, and the fat closed up the blade, so that he could not draw the dagger out of his belly, and the dirt came out. Now, some people argue that the dirt there means like literal soil poured out of him. I think more than likely by dirt, it just means like all the, guts start pouring out. But the Bible mentions that he is so fat that the whole blade just goes all the way in, and Ehud doesn't get it back out. More than anything, that's just kind of a funny point to bring up. I also remember as a kid, I feel like every time I was taught this story, whoever was teaching it would say that there was like a tactical advantage to the left-handedness, because apparently when you approach someone to kill them, I guess, if you were right-handed, well, your weapon's always going to be down here. So if you reach for something with your right hand, they're going to suspect you. But the left hand's for like messages or notes. So if you reach with the left, they won't suspect you. And it's like, okay, I don't know if that's how it works every time, but if that was the case, it doesn't matter if I'm left-handed or not, I'm going to do the left-hand dagger pull every time. And also, it's mentioned earlier in the story that Ehud was alone with the king. So if the king was as big as the story describes, would he have gotten away if he saw him doing the right-hand move? Would Ehud had to have walked over to him? The Joanim comma is a thing from the Bible that people get really upset about. This concerns one mention in 1 John chapter 5. In 1 John 5, verse 7, it reads, "For there are three that bear record in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, and these three are one. And there are three that bear witness in earth, the Spirit, and the water, and the blood." Okay, so who cares, right? Well, a thing to keep in mind is that the Trinity is never explicitly mentioned in the Bible. The Trinity came from the Council of Nicaea, and it was agreed upon that throughout the entire Bible there's mentions of the Holy Spirit God, the Father God, and the Son God. So those three are effectively all one part of the same God. So it's not like the Trinity is unfounded biblically. It's just never explicitly mentioned in the Bible. But here in verse 7, it kind of is explicitly mentioned, because it says there's three that bear record in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost. And in the beginning of the book of John, or the Gospel of John, it refers to Jesus Christ as the Word. So this would be the Bible outright laying out the Trinity. As a matter of fact, in the original Greek manuscripts, it seems to just say, "And there are three that bear witness in earth, the Spirit, the water, and the blood." Which you could argue that even that is talking about the Trinity, and you didn't need the previous inclusion, but where did the previous inclusion come from? Well, in a lot of the early Greek manuscripts, again, there's several hundred of these, because as they would be written by people like John, several other churches would copy them in order to disseminate them to the church. Several copies would write in the margin the inclusion of the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost. However, there are more copies, at least ones that have been found, that exist without that inclusion than ones that do. The reason this is controversial, especially for the King James Version, which is regarded by many biblical people to be one of the more untouched versions of the Bible, or the more accurate direct-to-translation ones, is because it seems that maybe early church leaders added this in to prove their point or to further an inclusion of the Trinity. And again, it's not like the Trinity is unfounded. The Trinity makes sense biblically, but why would you add that here because you think it fits or you think it makes sense when that's kind of not the point? Regardless of if you think the margin was a part of the original work that got left out, or you think that people included it later, either way, the Joanim comma has caused a lot of debates and a lot of people to get really angry. On a lighter note, Jesus is really Joshua. So Jesus is the translation of Christ's name, or I guess you could say first name in the English language. But in the original languages the New Testament was written, there was no J. And it's much more likely that he was named Yeshua, which is also the name of the Joshua from the Old Testament. But then as languages developed and translations happened, the name J was added. For a while it was Jeshua, and then eventually Jesus. Not that that really affects anything, what we call him for his first name. He's still Christ, still Son of God, and all of that. It's just funnier to imagine that the guy doing all the miracles and died on the cross for our sins might have been named Josh. This is technically cheating because I said that I don't want to include that many things that aren't mentioned explicitly in the Bible, but since I talked about this in its own standalone video, I feel it's only appropriate to bring up Bishop Onesimus. So in my video, The Most Underrated Book of the Bible, I talk about the importance of the Book of Philemon. Short version for those that haven't seen it, Paul is approached by a slave that ran away, or a servant that ran away, who now wants to return home, and Paul is writing on Onesimus' behalf. And in his later writings to the church in that region, we know that Paul mentions that Onesimus has been a great help to the church. But if you read Ignatius's letters, which Ignatius was one of the early church leaders, when writing to the church that previously Onesimus was just a member of, he says, years later, that Onesimus is their bishop, or in other words, their pastor. So Onesimus, who began as this runaway and didn't know where he would go, became one of the leaders of one of the early Christian churches. And that may not mean anything to you, but that means a lot to me. The Tower of Babel is a ziggurat, is again self-explanatory. Ziggurats were structures that were built like pyramids, but they were layered onto each other and were most often used for religious worship. And the story of the Tower of Babel is when the people of the world gathered together and tried to build a tower up to heaven. For punishment to the people's pride, the Bible says that God confounds their language, and this is where the first divisions of languages happen as people begin to separate in the languages and the people they still understand. There's actually some early Babylonian texts that suggest the height of the actual Tower of Babel. The tower itself was a square at its base, with all of the links being about 300 feet, and it got to about 300 feet in height if the text is to be believed. And it makes sense. If you were trying to build a tower to heaven in order to become as God, then you would probably build a tower like the other religious towers you're already building. And then finally, for Tier 3, I want to give a brief mention to the antediluvian timeline. So the antediluvian period is the name that's often associated with the period of time between the creation of man and the fall at the Garden of Eden to Noah's flood. Again, there are several people mentioned during that period of time, like Cain and Abel and Methuselah, and a lot of those guys lived for over 900 years. Going off of genealogy and like family trees that are mentioned in the Old Testament, it seems like the antediluvian period lasted about 1656 years. Now, think about how much history has progressed in 1,650 years. Like, sure, now we have technologies that have sped up discovery and progress like very rapidly, but even going back to like ancient timelines, 1,600 years is a long time, especially if these guys are supposedly living and able to reproduce for several hundred years, while their children are also several hundred years old and reproducing, and etc. That means there were likely hundreds of millions of people in the world, all of which the Bible says were confounded with evil thoughts constantly, so who knows what that was like. But think about that we share Earth, we share space with groups of people that existed for over 1,000 years, and there are entire empires and wars and stories and existences that we may never know of. Sure, we know that Noah was effectively the second Adam, and we are in the remnants of the second cycle, you could say, but what does that mean for the empires and structures we build now, that there are ones that existed for thousands of years that we don't even know the names of, we're simply building on top of? We are now on to Tier 4, and we're going to kick it off with what might be the most brutal story in the entire Bible, which is the story of the Levite's concubine. Now, this story is set during the book of Judges, which, as mentioned earlier, was a period of time where judges would periodically rise up and save the people and lead the people from whatever they needed before they would pass the mantle of judge onto the next person in line. Well, in Judges 19 to 21, we get a picture of how grim the world was at the time of the judges. We are told the story of a Levite being a priestly class of people at this time. Now, this was before the office of marriage was set up as we know it today. At this time, people like David or Solomon, rulers especially, were encouraged to have as many wives as possible and have as many children as possible. But a Levite is supposed to be a priest. In other words, he's not supposed to have several wives or concubines. Short version of this story is one night a Levite and his concubine are at a house outside of a city, and a group of thieves effectively approach and say that they want the Levite to come out so that they may know him, again in the biblical sense. And the Levite, much like Lot offered with his daughters, says, "Oh, well, you can just have my wife." So he throws his wife to them, and they, all through the night, and the next morning, when the Levite opens the front door, she is lying dead against it. So The Levite, as one would, cuts up her body into 12 pieces and sends it to each of the 12 tribes of Israel. The men that attacked the household were of the tribe of Benjamin, so he declares that the Benjamites should pay for this offense, and this spurs a series of wars and conflicts between the other people and the tribe of Benjamin for the next several chapters. Now, this is a horrific story, with a lot of terrible things happening that eventually lead to more terrible things happening because it spurs several wars and conflicts to follow. Some people will point to this story as an example of the Bible, like, being overly violent, or there not being really any morality in it, at least the Old Testament. But it's very clear that the Levite story here is not a good thing, right? Because at the end of this whole series of stories, the book of Judges says that men just did what they found was right in their own eyes, and it sets us up for the position that the people decide they need a king, which leads us into the Age of Kings. So it's talking about how awful the world has become to set up the stage for what would follow, but it paints a depiction of how grim things got for a while, that a Levite, someone who absolutely should know better, did such an evil act, and it caused so many more evil actions to follow after him. The Bible is full of people who should know better, who absolutely do not do that. Speaking of brutal stories from the book of Judges, let's talk about Jephthah's daughter. So Jephthah was a judge over Israel at this point of time around Judges chapter 11, and Jephthah, in the heat of battle, says that if God allows him to vanquish his enemies, whoever first approaches him out of his house when he returns home, he would sacrifice for God. Now, a lot of the Old Testament, especially before Judges, like when the people of God are wandering through the wilderness, the Bible explicitly, time and time again, talks about how evil human sacrifice is, how it's one of the things that separates all the other groups of people from the people of God. In the Old Testament, there's the sacrifice of animals because of humanity's sin debt. Because we choose to sin, our existence in this world becomes inherently parasitic, of course, until Jesus Christ comes and takes that burden from us. But human sacrifice is always out of the question. The one time that Abraham was told to sacrifice his son Isaac, it was just a sign of faith, and God never actually wanted Abraham to follow through on it. So Jephthah wins the battle, and he gets home, and who else approaches him out of his house but his own daughter? Jephthah is sad and broken over this, but nevertheless, after this, it says that Jephthah dies, and the judge moves on to someone else. Now, this isn't the only time we've seen a judge act waywardly. The story of Samson, probably the most famous judge, is full of Samson messing up and doing what he's not supposed to time and time again. But Jephthah is, in my opinion, a far more brutal example of that. It's an example early on in the Bible of someone being so foolhardy about their faith that they do things that should be against their faith. And that sometimes actions of zealotry like Jephthah's don't only hurt yourself, but hurt people around you. In some Jewish traditions, there is still appointed a time of mourning for Jephthah's daughter. Keeping with the theme of evil, let's talk about Jezebel being eaten by dogs. So Jezebel was a queen who had hundreds of prophets of God executed and often challenged the people of God and tried to kill Elijah at several points. Well, eventually, when the people have an uprising and make their way into the palace and seize Jezebel, they throw her from the upper window of the castle. Then in 2 Kings chapter 9, it says that she was torn apart and eaten by dogs, and that the dogs left the most wicked parts of her because she herself was so wicked. It says in 2 Kings 9 verse 35, and they went to bury her, but they found no more of her than the skull and the feet and the palms of her hands. Which comes from a prophecy Elijah had about her earlier, that whenever she comes time to die, there won't be enough of her left to bury. Antichrist throughout history is the belief that if Christ has existed all throughout history and does not have a beginning and end, perhaps the Antichrist has as well. Now again, this depends on your interpretation of the Antichrist, if it's just someone who acts evil, or if the term Antichrist is just anyone who opposes God, then sure, I guess there were a ton of those throughout history. But maybe there was one individual Antichrist, or if the Antichrist is the spirit of the devil made flesh, maybe he appears throughout the Bible. Perhaps some of the people seen in the shadows who spur others into moments of evil or doubt are this Antichrist working against what God wants. And sure, while the devil or Satan or whatever you want to call him is certainly evil and certainly has actions of evil throughout the Bible, I think a lot of what we've talked about already to this point even is proof enough that we're pretty good at being evil all on our own. Non-canonical books of the Bible quoted in the Bible is an interesting thing that happens, especially in the New Testament. For example, in the book of Jude, the author of Jude quotes the book of Enoch, a book of the Bible that, at least to most Christian groups, is not accepted as a piece of the actual Bible, but nevertheless, a piece of the Bible quotes words from it. And that brings in a whole series of considerations. If these people who were authors of the Bible, and we trust to be acting through the Holy Spirit, found some worth in these extracurricular, you could say, books of the Bible, then does that mean they have some worth to them? Even if a lot of the apocryphal books are good and that they have good information in them, one of the main characteristics that make them excluded from the actual Bible is we can't trace the source back to know. Like, for example, we may not have the exact letters of some of the early church leaders, but we have like 200 editions that were all copied the exact same by other church leaders. So we can assume, since they all say the same thing, that there was one original text they were all working off of that wasn't doctored. But a lot of these apocryphal books don't show up until hundreds of years later, so they can't be verified. So sure, there may have been versions that were counted as good by early
You're going to tell me
church,
God just stopped
but since it hasn't been preserved as the Bible has, we can't say that the versions we have now are the exact same or haven't been altered or haven't been corrupted by other ideas. I mean, earlier with the Johannine comma, I talked about how much fuss there is over one kind of clarifying point that was potentially added to a verse in 1 John, that there's even evidence to say was written in the margin in previous editions from the original time it was written. So imagine an entire book that every single word has to be looked at with the same level of scrutiny. If you believe the Bible to be divinely inspired, then it's safe to say that the pieces of it that are quoted are safe and they count, but we can't speak for the rest of it. Nevertheless, we're to include. A lot of people also wrap this into the fact that it seems people like John and Paul had a lot of other epistles or letters that are lost books of the Bible. Like, for example, in a lot of Paul's writings, he will talk about other letters he has already sent the church, but a lot of these are either lost or unverified. But again, if the ones we have were seen as important enough for the churches to copy them and disseminate them across all church members around the world, then we can probably assume that they were copied and shared for a reason. We don't need every letter of Paul clarifying to a friend of his what to do in specific scenarios. The books of the Bible are constructed as such for a purpose, at least if you believe that it was divinely inspired. Rainbow is a war bow comes from the original wording in the book of Genesis. In the original wording, when it says that God put a rainbow over the world after the flood to promise that he would never flood the earth again, the original wording for that in Hebrew just translates to bow. So some have interpreted this to mean that perhaps it is a war bow or a weapon that God is laying down. And the rainbow we see across the sky is quite literally the weapon of God. Now this actually kind of makes sense because in a lot of descriptions when people see angels or they see like describe many colors of fire or like wheels within wheels as Ezekiel describes biblically accurate angels, or thrones as they're known in the Bible. All angels in the Bible are technically biblically accurate, but you get what I mean. So while this may be cool to think about, at the same time it's just the word bow, so either rainbow or war bow. I mean, they're both shaped the same way, so it would have to be the word bow regardless. But to view the promise to humanity as God literally laying down his weapon is an interesting way to think about the story. Serpent and seraphim comes from, again, the way the original text is worded throughout some stories in the Old Testament. So a seraph is a classification of angel that is talked about in places like the book of Isaiah, and they're most often described as sets of wings that cover their face and cover their feet. But in other times, especially in places like Revelation, there's descriptions of like dragons that effectively come from heaven, or these winged serpents. And the word seraph is often used at a lot of points in the Bible to overlap with serpent. For example, with the story of Moses, when the people are being attacked by venomous snakes, the word used there isn't serpent in the original translation, it's seraph. So perhaps serpents or angels that are created divinely are referred to as seraph. For one, this could have some interesting implications. Maybe the seraph that cover themselves with wings, their actual form is as a dragon or as a giant serpent. And two, perhaps the serpent that approached Eve in the garden was one of these great seraphs. Which is interesting to think about the creation story, not so much as a snake as much as like a giant seraph, like this huge creature of divinity. But then of course with the fall of man, it falls and is forced to tread on the earth, and maybe serpents are descended from that. Either way, the overlap on the wording From that. Either way, the overlap on the wording leads some to ask what if one means the other. Mary is the Ark of the Covenant is an interesting way to look at Mary and I guess her own typology as it might occur in the scripture. So the Ark of the Covenant was a vessel that was used in the Old Testament by the original tribe of Israel. And the Ark of the Covenant contains things like the Law of Moses and Aaron's rod and other symbols of God's promise to his people. And ultimately, the Ark of the Covenant was used in rituals where the high priest would go and speak to the angel of God. But then again, even though the law is done away with in the Old Testament to the New Testament with Jesus Christ, we see a lot of symbolism that gets passed back and forth between the two. So if you follow that symbolism, then the Ark of the Covenant in the New Testament very well might be Mary. Mary was the vessel that quite literally housed God's promise, Jesus Christ, as he comes into the world. And that the reverence she is treated with throughout the scriptures, especially by Jesus himself, is a reverence that was held for things like the Ark of the Covenant. Now, while this certainly might apply in all Christian standards as symbolism, in things like Catholicism, where Mary is treated with a sort of divinity, this is held in a much more literal sense. One of the core Catholics' beliefs is the idea of the Assumption of Mary, or that Mary's body was brought up to heaven after her death. But similar to the covenants mentioned earlier, how every covenant leads to a more specific one down the line, it's interesting to think of Mary as the physical embodiment of an objective embodiment of the Old Testament. Rachel stole Laban's gods comes from a story when Abraham and Rachel are visiting her father, and they need to escape her father. It says in Genesis 31 and verse 19, and Laban went to shear his sheep, and Rachel had stolen the images that were her father's. These images are the small idols of lesser gods that Laban had throughout his house. So maybe Rachel just stole them from her father because, they were made of gold, they were worth something. But some say maybe she stole them so that her father couldn't use witchcraft or sorcery or what have you in order to see where they went. This would imply that Rachel, again, one of the matriarchs of the Bible, believed that there was some power in these idols. And as mentioned with some themes earlier in the iceberg, she may have been onto something. Now again, that's not to say they were more powerful than God by any means, but there may have certainly been a power that Laban was getting from those idols. So here, this might be another example of Rachel realizing that that power could be used to find them, so she gets rid of the idols herself. The body of Moses is an interesting point that gets brought up in Jude all the way at the second to last book in the Bible. So when Moses dies, the only account that we get then is that Moses goes up to a mountaintop, he looks over at the land of Canaan, and that he dies up there and God buries him. However, all the way in the book of Jude, again, second to last book in the Bible, there is some more insight given to this story. In Jude 1:9 it says, "Yet Michael the archangel, when contending with the devil, he disputed about the body of Moses. Durst not bring against him a railing accusation, but said, The Lord rebuke thee." This is interesting for a couple reasons. For one, the account in Exodus says that God buried him, and here it says that the archangel Michael buried him.
Deuteronomy,
this further supports the theory that a lot of the actions of God mentioned throughout the Bible may have been carried out by angels on behalf of God, which is effectively the same thing, but gives us a more literalist view of a lot of events within the Bible. But also the idea that in the background of this biblical story that never brings it up in the original telling, the devil and Michael were fighting over the body of Moses, or perhaps the devil was trying to convince Michael to not bury the body of Moses. And this account is just mentioned offhandedly in a moment in Jude, so there may have been other points throughout the Bible where the devil or an angel were working in the background in ways we know not of. Lilith is an owl has to do with the pseudo-biblical character of Lilith. In Isaiah 34:14, while describing a land of desolation, Isaiah says, "The wild beast of the desert shall also meet with the wild beast of the island, and the satyr shall cry to his fellow, the screech owl shall rest there, and find for herself a place of rest." The original word for screech owl there is Lilith, or Lilitu in the original translation, which context of other writings around the time implies that Lilitu is some kind of predatory bird, or as said here, a screech owl. But then over 1,000 years later, records began to show up of a supposed Lilith that was the original wife of Adam in the Garden of Eden. And supposedly she rejected her subservience at the sight of man, and God punished her for it. and made her like a roaming monster or a demon. And supposedly Isaiah is mentioning her here instead of a bird in Isaiah 34. Now there's no biblical backing for this, and again, Lilith doesn't show up until texts that are several hundred years later after the original texts were written, and she's not mentioned anywhere else in the Bible, which if Adam did have an original wife, that would be probably a bigger deal. But all of the stories you hear about Lilith and the demon and Adam's first wife and stuff come from this one mention in Isaiah of a really loud owl. The 10 plagues were an attack on the 10 Egyptian gods is a way to look at the story of Exodus. When Moses goes to Pharaoh and says, "Let my people go," and then there's a series of 10 plagues that befall the land, historians have pointed out that each of the plagues have something to do with an Egyptian god. Now, this is kind of cheating a little bit because there are thousands of Egyptian gods, but admittedly, some of the ones that are more prominent are ones that share some pretty strong ties to some of the plagues. I'll link a more extensive summary in the description, but short version is things like gods that are depicted as a frog tied to the plague of frogs, the god of the Nile, and the Nile was turned to blood. Each one of the plagues either has something to do with what one of the Egyptian gods controlled or their symbol. This also backs up the theory that a lot of the lesser gods or other gods that are mentioned throughout the Old Testament are actually these lesser demons or other fallen angels that are ruling over groups of people in the world. This kind of thing pops up a few times in the Bible. For example, in the book of Daniel, it says that a messenger from God runs into the prince of Persia, which is a fallen prince that is now effectively a demon over the region of Persia. And a lot of demons, as they're described in the Bible, are very animalistic and have animal-human hybrid qualities, which ties into symbols of things like Egyptian gods. So perhaps one of the reasons the 10 plagues needed to be carried out was as an affront or a putting down of these lesser gods, again, if you view the lesser gods as legitimate. Or I should say, the theory of them being the other gods that other tribes of people would worship as being legitimate. If nothing else, it's an interesting symbol and way to look at the Exodus story. Solomon worshipped other gods comes to us in the book of 1 Kings. So Solomon was the son of David, and again is described in the Bible as the wisest man who ever lived. He's also described as one of the richest men who ever lived. He had near infinite power when it came to his wealth and his fleet of armies and ships, and he greatly progressed the people of God, building the first temple and sanctifying the nation, combining the tribes together. But nevertheless, in his old age, 1 King tells us that he fell into worshiping false gods. Solomon had hundreds of wives, and several of them were from far-off lands, and eventually they turned his heart into start worshiping these other gods, which biblically is a big no-no. In 1 Kings 11, verse 4, it says, "For it came to pass when Solomon was old, that his wives turned away his heart after other gods, and his heart was not perfect with the Lord his God, as was the heart of David his father." It even gets specific and says, "For Solomon went after Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Zidonians, and after Milcom, the abomination of the Ammonites. And Solomon did evil in the sight of the Lord, and went not fully after the Lord, as did David his father." And ultimately, it's this disobedience that causes the kingdom to fall apart. So that is a scary idea, that the wisest man who ever lived can fall into temptation because of the women that he loves. This is also one of the reasons, along with Solomon's near supernatural ability, again, that seems to come from his wisdom, to do things like build the temple and construct the nation. Because of this, a lot of later texts that would show up that have to do with things like demonology or demon summoning would often loop Solomon into them. Things like the Lesser Key of Solomon claims to be an account of how to summon and interact with biblical demons. And several apocryphal texts talk about how Solomon was able to summon demons and bend them to his will in order to do things like build the temple. When we talk about David and his lineage and Solomon being the wisest man that ever lives, it is a harrowing reminder that if they can fall into temptation, which not only Solomon did, but David his father did with Bathsheba, it seems that both David and his son had the same weakness, which was women, then it should be a reminder to us that we can just as likely fall into the same position.
Love slots, the draft key.
Women, there should be a reminder to us that we can just as likely fall into the same position. Lower than the walls is a weird description that comes from a house that is infected with leprosy in the book of Leviticus. So the book of Leviticus is the law of the people in the Old Testament that was set up by Moses for them to follow. So the majority of it deals with things that are happening to the people at the time of writing. And one prevailing issue and disease that is constant throughout the Bible, especially the Old Testament, is leprosy, a disease that would effectively cause their skin to rot and them to become unclean. And there's several stories in the Bible that on the outskirts of cities there are camps of people with leprosy who had to be shunned away from the city. That way other people don't catch the illness. Well, Leviticus 14 is describing what to do if you believe a house has been infected with leprosy. It says that the house is to be cleared out and a priest is to go inspect. And it says in Leviticus 14:37, "And he shall look on the plague, and behold, if the plague be in the walls of the house with hollow strakes, greenish or reddish, which in sight are lower than the wall, then the priest shall go out of the house to the door of the house and shut up the house 7 days." Okay, so if you look at the wall and the rot of it, the greenish or reddish, is lower than the wall, like what is that talking about? Now some have interpreted this to mean that maybe if you look into the wall that's hollow and like the ground is like dug out in between the wall, like further down than the wall itself, that could be a place where like leprosy lives. But others have taken this to mean that maybe leprosy itself had some kind of demonic or supernatural influence. Maybe when looking at it infecting a house, it like peered through the wall itself and it created a sight that was a very literal representation of that. Maybe it is evil influence within the world personified. Now, of course, that would be like the leprosy that's mentioned then, and the modern leprosy is just a disease, and maybe the two are separate things, or maybe it adapted over time. Who knows? But this one mention of it in Leviticus is quite unique, and I think worth remembering. 144,000 survived the tribulation and kept safe from the oncoming tribulation. It says in verse 4, "And I heard the number of them which were sealed, and there were sealed 144,000 of all the tribes of the children of Israel." And after that, it goes on to say that 12,000 were sealed from each of the 12 tribes, adding up to 144,000. Now, again, depending on how you look at Revelation, this could be literal. It could be 144,000 people that are descended from the Jewish ancestry, or the 12 tribes could just be representative of different groups of believers of God's church around the world that are just symbolized as the 12, because again, a lot of the stuff in Revelation seems to be symbolism. But the idea of them being sealed means that if you are a pre-tribulation rapture believer that believes the church will be raptured up, then that means 144,000 will be left behind, as it would later go on to say, to witness to the other people that are still in the world during the tribulation period. Or if you are a post-tribulation rapture believer, then that means 144,000 will be kept safe while everyone else has got to figure it out. Either way, that would mean either 144,000 people, again, if you view the number of people in the sealing as literal, 144,000 people would either be left behind whenever the rapture takes place and are therefore commissioned to be a witness in the end times of the world, or only 144,000 of us are going to make it. Now, the number 144,000, because of this, has been used in a lot of stuff, and I believe Mormonism. There's a belief that while believers will be in the new earth and, be saved in the afterlife or whatever, only 144,000 will go to the realm of heaven that God exists within. But within Christianity, this is all we get for the 144,000, so it depends on how you view the events of Revelation, again, as literal or interpretive. If you view it with the futurist mindset, and if you view the rapture as happening soon, which a lot of Christian denominations do, that means out of all of us, people I'm talking to right now, 144,000 of us are either going to be really confused or really scared. Which again, all that we're seeing is John's vision. Maybe the 144,000 know that they are the 144,000 and they're left behind in order to witness. I would imagine if it's God sealing like the 144,000 best, that they would figure it out at least. But if you do view the rapture and the events of Revelation to happen to some degree, that means at least some members of the church will be here during the tribulation period. The final 2 points of the iceberg kind of tie into each other. The first of which is the transfiguration time merge. So, the transfiguration is a moment when a few of the disciples see Jesus on top of a mountain at his transfiguration, which is a moment where Jesus' glory is shown, and it says that when this happens, Elijah and Moses appear with him. Now, most people take this to mean that the souls of Elijah and Moses come down from heaven and are there for the apostles to witness and then write about. But others tie this into instances in Moses and Elijah's stories in the Old Testament where it says the two of them were in the presence of God or were witness to God. And say perhaps Moses and Elijah then were effectively dragged forward in time and witnessing the transfiguration, as the apostles write about all the way in the New Testament. That would mean that this moment of the transfiguration was a converging of three separate points in time all happening at once. Now, I think it's safe to say that time isn't something that matters to God, at least not in a limiting sense. If God has always existed eternally and Jesus Christ has always existed eternally, then they can be at any point in time they see fit. But if the literal transfiguration idea is to be believed, that Elijah and Moses were still alive, then maybe that time can be bent. There are other points in the Bible where God manipulates time directly. For example, during one of Joshua's battles, Joshua prays for more time to defeat the enemy, and it says that the sun stood in the sky for a whole day. At another point in the Bible, Hezekiah feels that he will die soon and asks God for more time. And Hezekiah walks to a sundial and observes that the shadow of it moves backwards. Now, while these two events could just be seen as God moving the sun or moving the earth in order to accomplish these miracles, that, at least to our understanding of it, is some effect on time. And if God has the ability to not only create, but move the sun and stars as he sees fit, I don't think time would be that big of a hurdle. And then the final idea from the iceberg is that the dead sleep until judgment. This is a theory that when someone dies, they are effectively asleep until Judgment Day comes. Part of the theory of this comes from, again, the book of Revelation, when John describes what he sees as the great white throne of judgment, where all the people that are dead go and are judged before God. There's several different interpretations of things like heaven and hell throughout different branches of Christianity. Some view words like Sheol being used sometimes, or Hades being used other times, to say that, well, maybe there's a first hell, and then after the rapture and after the new world's created, there's like a second hell, or the fiery pit, or the bottomless pit. Same with heaven, that when people die and go to heaven, they're in the current heaven for now, but then after the end of the world, when a new heaven and new earth is created, we go to that one. And there's several instances throughout the Bibles of people speaking to the dead, or speaking to saints. And throughout the Bible, people have several visions or stories of heaven. Before Stephen was stoned, he looked up and saw Jesus standing at the gates of heaven. And in Jesus' parable of Lazarus and the rich man looks up from hell to see that Lazarus is held in Abraham's bosom, or as most interpret it, in heaven. Well, this alternative theory says that if time can be manipulated, and if time is just effectively the bubble that, as we exist, we're kind of trapped within, then maybe once we leave this earth, time doesn't really matter anymore. The Bible is very clear that eternity is endless and that existing in heaven with God is everlasting. So maybe our linear understanding of time and the way we experience history is just the way it exists here, and then after we pass on, we don't need to worry about that anymore. The theory is that maybe as soon as we die, we all effectively wind up in heaven at the same time. Some proponents of this theory will go back to stories like I mentioned earlier of the Witch of Endor. Whenever Samuel's spirit is conjured up, Samuel doesn't just say he's been in heaven, he says, "Who has disquieted me?" or effectively, "Who's disturbed my slumber?" Now, I don't think it's biblically founded to say that when we die, we're asleep for hundreds or thousands of years or until the end of times happen. As the Bible says, to be absent with the body is to be present with the Lord. But again, if time is just a manipulation that exists for us on earth the same way that aging or death does, then maybe as soon as we die, we're dragged out of time and all arrive at the same moment in eternity. Maybe then the effects of the new heaven and the new earth are instantaneous for us. Maybe then that's why John, in his vision of Revelation, saw the judgment seat and saw souls going to heaven or hell. Maybe rather than being in hell or heaven for a time and then being judged, everyone is at the judgment at the same moment. While this is an interesting way to look at the Bible, there's not like a clear consensus for it. It's very clear throughout Jesus' teachings especially, but other points in the Bible, that there is a whole world of the unseen that the human mind couldn't even comprehend. There are things happening in the background that we will never be privy to on this side of eternity. I mean, think about it even in the sense that we know for a fact now, right? Imagine if Jesus in the Old Testament began to explain to the ancient Romans what cells or atoms or radiation was. All things that we know to have existed back then, and surely God knew existed as well, but it just wasn't time for us to know yet. Perhaps time or our understanding of it could be a similar construct. Some people kind of knee-jerk at this idea, I think because a lot of the understanding within Christianity is that when we die, we go to heaven, and then our loved ones are there before us, waiting on us. and they overwatch us, and they're still a part of our lives. And I don't think this theory really disproves that. If anything, it means that they never miss us and we never miss them because we all get there together. Sure, they're still watching our lives and being a part of our lives, but we're watching it with them. Again, this theory is kind of a stretch for this iceberg because it's not explicitly something that's mentioned in the Bible, but it is an interesting theory for the afterlife that is pulled out of some instances in the Bible. And of course, how am I going to make a biblical lore iceberg and not talk about the weird time paradox thing? And for now, that's all I've got. The Bible is truly an infinite book. There are people and groups of people and entire lineages that have dedicated their lives in dissecting little parts of it. I'm sure the comments are going to be filled with people saying, oh, you forgot this, you forgot this. And I promise you I did. I forgot literally thousands of things I could have brought up. If God is infinite, then the knowledge of him must also be infinite. And there's only so much we can bite off at a time. But hopefully, if nothing else, this video was just an interesting look at you for some of the more obscure parts of Scripture, at least as are commonly known. And if you've never had an interest in the Bible and never looked into it, or mostly regarded it with contempt, then maybe this is just a way of saying it's not as bad as some people make it out to be. And if you give it the time of day, I promise you, it's actually pretty cool. But above all else, if you hated this video, if you hated me talking about it, if you can't stand me though, that's fine, because you're still here, and I still appreciate you being here, and I just want to say thank you for watching. I love talking about biblical videos. I know not everyone likes them. I know that it can be kind of niche sometimes, but I like talking about them because obviously, as mentioned earlier, I am a Christian and obviously find this stuff interesting. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to yap about it. It means a lot. I'll certainly do more videos like this in the future, maybe not iceberg format. I really, like I mentioned earlier, want to do a video about David because there's so many interesting things in his story. The shepherd who was made king, who fought armies, and his son was the wisest man who ever lived, but he himself fell into temptation. Both him and his son fell into temptation. Really want to make a story about him, as well as some other kind of niche biblical topics. I'm trying to get production ramped up more so on my side of things so that I can crank out more videos more often, and the more videos I crank out, the more topics I can cover. So hopefully you enjoyed this, and hopefully I can do more stuff like it. If you absolutely hated it, that's okay. I'll probably still do more stuff like this. But no, thank you all so much for being here. It means the world. I appreciate you guys. I like yapping, and I like yapping about the Bible. And I'm glad that you like listening. It means the world. So I'm going to go ahead and get working on this. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. And that should do it for now, but I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye!
That was for my grandpa. I hope you enjoyed that. I really do. We're gonna watch There Will Never Ever Be Another Game like Fallout New Vegas. But I just want to add a few comments. My thoughts about the video. The Bible is one of the most interesting religious texts that I've ever read. And I have read most of them. I've read the Quran, the Book of Mormon, the Bible, the Torah, the Bhagavad Gita, the Book of the Subgenius. I've read quite a few. Just to name a few. The Bible is always my favorite to go back to because A, it's one of the oldest religious texts out there. B, so many people practice the faith. And B, the stories are very interesting. I hope that there's one thing that you took away from listening to Wendigoon. By the way, subscribe to Wendigoon's channel. Wendigoon is a great content creator. He's always posting good videos. I hope that there's one thing that you took away from listening to this video, is that the Bible isn't as scary. Well, it is kind of scary. Isn't as, what's the word? Bad as you think it is. And give it a read, even if you don't believe in the Bible. Look, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not the most religious guy. I'm not a Christian. I was raised in a Christian household, But I wouldn't consider myself a Christian by any means. I'm a man of, I have different faith. I have different faith. You know what I mean? I would consider myself Christian by proxy. Does that make sense? I love Christianity. It will always have a place in my heart. And yeah, I guess that's just what I wanted to add. Anyway, there will never ever be a game like Fallout New Vegas.
Did you start using Instagram?
Ew! An ad.
Still rise again. Your betrayal won't defeat me.
You hear me? Hello? Hello? Ugh, why is it wet in here? What is this? Someone get me out of here!
Can't shoot Michael in GTA until the game gives you the explicit. You know how in most games there are these unspoken rules of what you can and cannot do?
Treated you bam.
You know that you can't shoot Michael in GTA until the game gives you the explicit choice to do so at the very end. You know that you can't do anything to save Jackie's life in Cyberpunk because that's just the way it is.
Oh, sorry.
And you know that in Fallout 4, there is no way to avoid...
It should go without saying, spoilers.
...siding with the Minutemen besides completely ignoring them. Once you enter the Museum of Freedom in Concord and speak to Preston Garvey, you are forced to side with them. The only way to become enemies with the Minutemen besides just murdering them is to buy a DLC and become the overboss of Nuka-Cola World. Then, and only then, will the Minutemen become hostile through non-violent means. And the worst part of it all is that Concord is the first place a new player is sent, and they are completely oblivious to the fact that they are inviting this...
But I've got another favor to ask.
...into their hometown.
I've had word from a settlement asking for help.
But on the complete opposite side of the spectrum is New Vegas. Vegas. You're a courier. Fallout New Vegas. You're a courier who is sent to deliver a mysterious package. And on your journey, you are shot in the head by a strange man in a clean, checkered coat. When you awake, you realize that you've been saved by a man named Dr. Mitchell. He kindly evaluates you, gives you help with what to do next, and even gives you a handgun. And after all of that, you can turn right around and kill him in cold blood. In fact, you can kill anyone. Well, almost anyone.
Hey, I can almost see right down the barrel.
And this just goes to show the vast difference between the two games. But there is something deeper here. If you've played New Vegas, you will probably agree that, yes, it is an amazing game. But why? And more importantly, why are there no more games like New Vegas? My first Fallout game was Fallout 4, and before then, I had never even played an RPG. The vastness of the open world, the illusion of unlimited possibilities. I could do whatever I wanted. I played it religiously for the rest of my Christmas break, and once I went back to school, I would occasionally play it on the weekends. Until I finally finished the game in March. Almost a decade later, I decided to play it again. In my head were hundreds of hours of thrilling memories of grand adventures. But upon my return, I was completely and utterly disappointed. Something felt off. I was bored. That magic that I remember feeling was completely gone.
So you can decorate.
Completely gone. So, after only 2 hours, I closed the game. But there was still a lingering curiosity about a different game in the franchise. One that I had been recommended countless times. I was always put off by the dated graphics and janky-looking gameplay, but after years of persuasion, and yes, I'm ashamed to admit this, I finally played Fallout New Vegas for the first time in 2024. And oh my God, that magic feeling came rushing right back. The freedom of choice and exploration, the palpable impact of the traits you select, the amazing art direction, the endless variety of weapons and playstyles, the impact of every choice you make, and the fact that each and every playthrough could be a completely different story from the last. I just hit every gaming itch that I've had for years. 2 years ago, Bethesda released their critically acclaimed addition to the Fallout franchise, Fallout 3. They managed to transform a methodical isometric RPG into a thrilling and lively 3D world. For most people, it was revolutionary, with critics and fans alike blown away by the expansive open world. And in just 2 years, Fallout New Vegas dropped, and it was okay. Most people were happy with the release, but it didn't make a generational leap the way that 3 did. In fact, Bethesda even offered Obsidian, the company they outsourced to develop New Vegas, a bonus if they were able to achieve a score of at least 85 on Metacritic. And they missed the goal by 1 point. Many initial complaints were about the unprecedented amount of game-breaking bugs and the seeming lack of content. But as the years went on, and with the release of 4 DLCs, the public perception of New Vegas changed dramatically.
People tend to be wrong. That's just okay. These things happen from time to time.
One of the biggest upgrades from Fallout 3 to New Vegas was the companions. Most companions in Fallout 3 were just walking backpacks and bullet shields. But in New Vegas, we saw complex, unique storylines and thoughtful interactions with each companion depending on what we were doing and where we are. If you try to activate Archimedes 2 with Arcade Gannon as a companion, this happens.
You activated Archimedes? What the hell are you thinking? Oh, to hell with this!
No matter you're standing with him, this action is so abhorrently against his moral code that he instantly turns on you. If you stumble across the Brotherhood of Steel's secret bunker within Hidden Valley and try to contact them, you'll be left with silence on the intercom, likely leading you to believe that this is for a later quest, or even an unfinished part of the game. But if you find Veronica, a member of the Brotherhood, outside of Boulder City, and recruit her, she will eventually invite you to the bunker.
Hey, you got a second? I'd like a large atomic shake and a double Brahmin burger. And easy on the agave sauce this time.
We gave you a password, Veronica. It's for your safety.
I know where you live, Ramos. Open up.
Where an entirely new and almost hidden quest line and group of characters are revealed. And while this is not the only way to access the bunker, it's an excellent example of how companions are able to create unique interactions with the world around you. Are really difficult to make, and I'm trying to reach 1 million subscribers before the end of the year. And that's why I want you to subscribe.
Excellent defensive stand there in the red zone.
You are encouraged to take companions to various locations and interact with them frequently. The game wants you to explore and meet new people. After meeting your first companion, which depending on how you play the game could really be any one of them, the game will show you how interesting they really are by giving you their own special quests, and having them interact with you in unique ways depending on the situation. Even non-human companions like Eddie have an in-depth backstory, with unique and beneficial gameplay mechanics. Whereas in Fallout 4, dog meat is just a dog. I mean, you do find out that he was hanging around Nick Valentine and Preston Garvey, but it's so barely touched upon and inconsequential that it doesn't really make any impact on the story. But an even bigger upgrade from 3 to New Vegas was the dialogue. I know everyone and their cousin has complained about Fallout 4's dialogue, and we'll get to that later. However, something that should really be highlighted about New Vegas is how out-of-pocket and hilarious the dialogue can be. Entering Camp McCarran, we can find an NCR soldier named Ten of Spades, who has a stutter.
Hey, my man. Ten of Spades, first recon sharpshooter.
We can choose to ignore it, or...
Hey, no coffee.
There are hundreds of examples of devious responses that you can choose from with almost every character you meet. Most of these options show how the game perfectly captures that player instinct of just wanting to watch the world burn.
You're right, I should.
You really can play the game and just not give a shit, going around causing as much chaos as possible. But for most people, who aren't complete psychopaths, you have an inherent sense to try to make the wasteland a better place. And you are constantly presented with difficult choices. The problem is, there is never a correct choice. There is uncertainty behind every choice you make. Because even if you have good intentions, it could lead to a bad outcome. When you finally meet Benny, the man who shot you at the Tops Casino, you are given the choice to forgive him.
What? You forgive me? After what I've done? Baby, are you trying to make me cry? I don't know what to say. Words don't begin. The least I can do is comp you to presidential for as long as you want it. This spirit of forgiveness you're showing me, it's enough to make a player rethink what it means to win. You're 18 karat, baby, all the way.
And if you do, he runs out of the room and sends his guards in to kill you? Yep. Turning the other cheek in the wasteland will not always work in your favor. In fact, most times it won't. Good karma can only get you so far. Beyond the actual absurdity of dialogue options, there is usually a nauseating amount of dialogue to go through with each character, So if you're a serious nerd, you can learn about some random Brahmin farmer's backstory on how their brother fought in the Battle of Hoover Dam and ended up marrying a ghoul who went on to join the Crimson Caravan. But while some dialogue may feel unnecessary or irrelevant,
it's all
every
crucial.
character has a relation to another, and the way that you interact with them will have an impact. So getting to know these characters will help you with your decision making. But New Vegas has one more massive edge over the other games in the series.
Well, how's it going there, friends? Are you tired of these pesky tangled wires and flimsy earbuds that fly out with a mere sneeze? Well, worry no more, friend. The Raycon Everyday Earbuds are here to run for the road.
Perks. In Fallout 3 and 4, many of the perks work as direct upgrades to linear abilities. Most of these perks are just math equations that upgrade your damage or health linearly
I
with your
appreciate you
level.
trying to make your
It's a
ad
typical
good,
Bethesda scaling.
but no.
As you become stronger and get better weapons, the enemies also become more spongy. It disincentivizes you from trying to find stronger weapons because they will feel just as strong as your 10mm pistol did at the beginning of the game. And while New Vegas suffers from the same scaling issue, the perks are much more interesting. They don't just add a scaling bonus, but instead they offer exclusive abilities, like being able to fast travel while over-encumbered, having passive health regeneration while irradiated, or being able to repair items with vaguely similar ones. And what gives these perks so much importance is that in the base game, you can only choose 15 out of the 88 available perks. Unlike Fallout 4, where you can literally become an unkillable god with every perk and special ability leveled to the max. This limitation ties into New Vegas' central gameplay theme of actions having consequences. And best of all, adds to the true RPG elements and replayability of the game. After your first time beating the game, you'll likely want to go back and make a character with different abilities. For example, in one playthrough, you could be a lone sniper who hunts wildlife in the wasteland and sleeps under the stars, picking off enemies one by one from a distance in combat. In another, you could play as the lucky idiot who plows his way into the strip to take the casinos for all they're worth, and rises to take power of the wasteland. The build variety is nearly endless, and on top of that, the perks you pick actually affect the outcome of certain scenarios, creating one of the most dynamic and engaging storylines that can branch out differently on each playthrough. The best example of this is how you can spec out your character to align with a specific faction's values.
Factions.
So, are you a holiday person?
Most of New Vegas' storytelling and gameplay revolves around the factions in the game. There are 3 main factions to pick from, that being the NCR, the de facto governing body of the wasteland, or that's at least what they're trying to achieve through questionable means.
I'm glad you were able to get my people freed, but there's a new problem. I just got orders to take out the Great Khan, hostages or not.
They are one of the only groups who are making an effort to bring back some sense of normalcy, with most of the settlers' opinions of them being extremely divisive. Next, there's Caesar's Legion,
they're trying to bring back
Caesar's
America,
Legion,
more or less.
which is a merciless dictatorship that is making a rapid expansion throughout the Mojave while being actively opposed by the NCR. They are known for their questionable working conditions and ruthless pillaging. And last but not least is, well, Mr. House, also known as Robert House, the innovative, egalitarian, libertarian, world-class businessman who has one goal: acquisition of the Platinum Chip. He is driven by power and an overwhelming fear of losing it, and he plans to mastermind the various conflicts of the wasteland to his advantage. And he needs your help to be able to pull it off. Did I say Mr. House was the final faction? Well, there is one other main faction you can pick from. That being yourself. Fuck working for anyone else. I want to rule the wasteland. Why am I running around like a little errand boy doing the dirty work for all these assholes? I want complete and utter control. The only person capable of actually fixing things up around here is myself. Alright, I might have gotten a little carried away, but this is my favorite option. And to even begin this route, you have to find this seemingly innocuous Securitron in the closet of Benny's room. Eventually, Benny will clue you in on this with his final words after being captured by Caesar's Legion.
To the city called Vegas. So here's what you do. You go down there and you use the check to do whatever Mr. House would have wanted you to do. And when you get back to the strip, you find Yes Man. I made it so that cat can't help but be helpful.
But the fact that such a major part of the game is hidden in some small closet in a random room goes to show how much detail is hidden behind every corner. Besides the 4 major factions, there are a massive variety of smaller, minor factions with their own backstory, quests, and characters. In fact, New Vegas has 20 more factions than Fallout 4. Wait, the Fallout 4 wiki lists Diamond City Security, Neighborhood Watch, and Piper's newspapers as factions. In fact, most of the minor factions in Fallout 4 wouldn't even be categorized as factions by New Vegas' standards. These are mainly just hostile groups that are tied to pre-existing quests. This is one of the many issues that players had with Fallout 4, which again ties into its complete lack of freedom. In New Vegas, you had deep, interconnected relationships with each of the factions. The world felt alive and responsive to your actions, whereas in Fallout 4, you were responsive to the game's actions. One of my favorite random encounters in Fallout New Vegas is at the very start of the game. You just woke up in Doc Mitchell's house, you decide the fate of Goodsprings, and now you're free to do whatever you want. You decide to head south, and you eventually stumble into a rather large town. From a distance, everything looks normal. Maybe a little too quiet, but normal. That is, until a disheveled man in ragged clothing suddenly comes sprinting towards you, barely able to contain his excitement.
Yeah! Who won the lottery? I did! Smell that air! Couldn't you just drink it like booze?
He laughs maniacally, celebrating as if he's just been given a second lease on life. And in a way, he has. But something feels off. You press him for details, but he won't give you a straight answer.
What lottery? The lottery! That's what lottery! Are you stupid? Only lottery that matters! Oh my God! Smell that air!
He just keeps raving about how lucky he is before running off into the desert. Then you step into Nipton, and the horror begins to unfold. The town is in ruins. Buildings are still smoldering from recent fires. The streets are littered with bodies, some freshly executed, others hanging from makeshift crosses, condemned to a slow, agonizing death.
I take this lottery ticket every time.
And standing in the center of it all is a group of eerily calm, heavily armed men. This is your first real introduction to Caesar's Legion. Until now, you may have only heard whispers of them back in Goodsprings, but this is the moment you truly understand who they are and what they represent.
Don't worry. I won't have you lashed to a cross like the rest of these degenerates. It's useful that you happen by. I want you to witness the fate of the town of Nipton, to memorize every detail. And then, when you move on, I want you to teach everyone you meet the lesson that Caesar's Legion taught here, especially any NCR troops you run across.
Not through a long-winded exposition dump, not through a series of dialogue boxes explaining their ideology, but by witnessing the aftermath of their brutality firsthand. You quickly learn that the man from earlier wasn't celebrating a simple lottery win. He had survived the lottery of life and death. The Legion had stormed into Nipton and decided to use it as an example.
It didn't make sense.
Speaking of an example, I'm going to set an example to my phone if it doesn't keep giving me the worst ads on earth.
The Legion had stormed into Nipton and decided to use it as an example. They forced the town citizens to draw lots. Some were executed on the spot. Others were crucified and left to suffer. And a handful were chosen for an even worse fate, being taken as slaves to serve the Legion. Only a lucky few, like the man you met, were allowed to walk free. And if you take the time to comb through the carnage all the way up to the 3rd floor of the town hall and enter the office of the mayor, you'll find a very interesting set of notes from him on his computer, which gives you a very detailed but brief understanding of how things came to be in Nipton. The mayor was turning the town into what could simply be described as a brothel, using a pair of attractive girls, Rosie and Sylvia, to bring in business, selling them and whatever else he could to both the powder gangers and the NCR. He described how the NCR would only come at night, and the powder gangers at day. This was pertinent to keep the groups separated at all costs, considering their animosity towards each other, while still being able to garner business from both groups. But then one day, he was approached by a man simply named Mr. Fox, who presented himself as a representative of the Legion, and offered him 8,000 caps to set up both the NCR and the powder gangers, so that they could be scooped up by the Legion. And that's what caused all this horror to unfold. And this moment is Fallout New Vegas at its best. Rather than spoon-feeding you information through cutscenes or exhausting monologues, the game lets you experience the world. It doesn't just tell you that the Legion is a brutal militaristic force, it shows you, and you get to piece the story together yourself. New Vegas insists on giving the player respect to their intelligence, prioritizing good storytelling over accessibility.
If this was Fallout 4, they would have like a 30-minute dialogue
is what makes New Vegas feel so immersive. Every place you visit has a story to tell.
Like,
you are trusted to be observant, to explore, and to put the pieces together. Nipton isn't just an introduction to the Legion. It's an introduction to the way New Vegas tells its stories. And it's one of the best examples of how video games, as an interactive medium, can make storytelling so much more engaging than other art forms if done right. Between 2010 and 2015, there was a major shift in Fallout's art direction, and a prime example would be the guns.
Now you have to ask yourself one question. Do I feel lucky? Well...
You see, most of the guns in Fallout New Vegas were grounded in reality. There's plenty of awesome guns, like the service rifle, the assault carbine, the marksman's carbine, and my personal favorite, the survivalist rifle. All of these rifles are modeled after the ever-so-popular and all-American AR-15 platform. It's a gun deeply ingrained into American culture, so it's obligatory to include. There's also the glorious 45 auto pistol, based on the 1911, and the 9mm pistol, based on the Browning High Power, both of which are creations of the legendary gun messiah, John Moses Browning. There's several more Browning guns in there, like the Winchester 1887 lever-action shotgun, the Winchester 1892 lever-action rifle, and the 1918 Browning automatic rifle. There's even more American classics, like the Colt single-action Army, the Thompson submachine gun, and the M1 Garand. And of course, we can't forget about the fan favorites, the 45-70 hunting revolver, based on the Magnum BFR, the Riot shotgun, which is a modified Remington 1100, and the 50 caliber anti-material rifle, a direct recreation of the PGM Heket 2. All of these guns are such a vibe. They fit the setting and the aesthetic perfectly. There's still some goofy-looking guns like the 12-7 pistol and SMG, but those are outliers. The classic games have some weird guns too. Fallout has always had weird guns in it, but for the most part, the guns are gritty, cool, and at least semi-realistic. You can tell that the developers working on New Vegas were into guns, and they did the best they could with the time constraints and technological limitations. But as for the guns in Fallout 4, it's the opposite. Most of the guns are just plain silly and can't be taken seriously. It seems like the developers here haven't so much as touched a gun in their life, so they have no appreciation for the art form that is gun design. There's still some realistic guns, like the 44 revolver, the hunting rifle, and the handmade rifle, but that's about it. Across the board, Fallout 4 left out all the cool guns from New Vegas and opted for more cartoonish-looking alternatives. Even for the few guns that stayed, they were altered into goofy-looking abominations. For example, let's compare the 10mm pistol from Fallout 3 in New Vegas to the 10mm pistol from Fallout 4. The 10mm from Fallout 3 in New Vegas is basically a combination of the Mark 23 and the Desert Eagle, both of which are very iconic and badass firearms. So this gun looks mean and intimidating, like it means business. It's not a perfect design though, it's a little bit oversized, and the outdated graphics ain't helping its case either. But if you look at a modern recreation made by the Fallout 4 New Vegas mod team, then you can see the 10mm in its full glory. It looks freaking awesome. While this gun may be fictional, it feels like it could be a real, functional firearm. The Fallout 4 4 10mm pistol, on the other hand, just looked like a bloated and bubbly Nerf gun. They increased the overall size even more, and rounded out all the sharp edges and sleek angles, which makes it feel like a cringe foam LARP toy. The 45 SMG was treated the same way. In Fallout New Vegas, it was a near-perfect replica of the Thompson submachine gun. They just forgot to flip up at the rear sight, which is kind of a funny oversight, but other than that, it's a good-looking Tommy gun. Meanwhile, the Fallout 4 SMG looks like an off-brand Tommy gun. Everything's just slightly off, so it falls into the uncanny valley of gun design. The proportions are weird, the details are wrong, the bolt's on the wrong side, and all around it has a cartoonish and unserious look to it. Another similar thing happened with the automatic rifle. In New Vegas, we had a mostly faithful recreation of the BAR. A few things are off, but it's still pretty close. Meanwhile, in Fallout 4, we have the combat rifle, which again, looks like a cartoonish knockoff. It's like it's trying to be a BAR, but it completely misses the mark. It looks like something that a kindergartner would draw.
Oh my god, I hate ads. I need the, I'm not getting YouTube Premium because it's a scam, but I refuse the amount of
something
ads.
that a kindergartner would draw. It's even weirder when you consider that the receiver and the stock are directly based on the Soviet PPSH, so it's like some weird crossbreed. And oh boy, don't even get me started on that dang Fallout 4 assault rifle.
Oh my god,
this bloated mass of scrap metal is closer to resembling the friggin' airship than it is to an actual assault rifle.
Yeah.
Now compare that assault rifle to the assault rifles from New Vegas, or even the assault rifle from Fallout 3. These are real guns, and they're freaking cool. They have so much style and charm. But the Fallout 4 assault rifle is a bunch of random machine guns fused together, like an FEV experiment gone wrong.
It's like
in a vacuum. I suppose Fallout 4's guns aren't too bad. Weird and nonsensical guns are okay if it's consistent with the art style of the franchise. Like nobody is upset over the guns in Borderlands or Team Fortress, because those games have always had a cartoonish art style. The problem in Fallout is that we went from mostly realistic or semi-realistic depictions to whatever the fuck this shit is. It's pretty interesting how big of an issue it is. It's so huge that tons of players download mods to replace the guns in Fallout 4 with realistic alternatives. They're some of the most downloaded mods out there, because we just want cool guns, damn it.
And 4's weapons look like this for a reason. The rest of 4's entire world has been smoothed out. Every corner has been rounded. Everything feels softer, from vehicles to the TVs to even the death claws. New Vegas' death claws had these uncannily large fingers.
Yeah, New Vegas' death claws are terrifying.
Jagged teeth pointing towards their eyes. Whereas the death claws in 4 looked significantly less intimidating. They're even much slower. More like a bull with scales than an irradiated monstrosity of unconscientious horrors. Wow. Wow.
New Vegas Death Claw will two-shot you.
I got flattened, like, hard. Even with a grenade machine gun. Wait, is that dead Death Claw? What the fuck? Or is it sleeping? Wait a minute, what? It's dead. Is it dead? It's dead. How did it die? Keep in mind, most of these examples apply to Fallout 3 as well, considering nearly all of the assets are shared between itself and New Vegas. The thing is, Fallout 4 seriously detracted from the grittiness and grounded approach from the previous entries. Fallout 3 and New Vegas at least felt like they could have been an alternate history in our reality, but 4 begins to stray away from that suspension of disbelief found in the older titles. A really interesting parallel is how from 2010 to 2015, a lot of web designers and user interfaces began to change drastically. Sites like YouTube went from these super customizable and wacky landscapes to dull, simplified carbon copies. Websites used to have identity, and now they all have been homogenized using the same UI principles. You used to be able to set your own custom background for your channel and add so much personalization. And now every single site gives you the same thing, a profile picture and a banner. That's it, if you're lucky. Not only have these sites lost their identity, but the users themselves have also lost the ability to express their own identity. And this same pattern can be seen between Fallout New Vegas and 4. Choices have become limited, systems oversimplified, and identity lost.
tropical
atmosphere.
New Vegas finds a perfect balance between Wild West whimsy and the horrific, grounded realities of nuclear Armageddon. You could see the attempts of civilization trying to rebuild itself, the desperation of the people who live in this world. But there's also moments like this. Fallout 4 seemed to have an identity crisis, with 1, 2, and New Vegas being set on the West Coast, and Fallout 4 having to expand on 3's relatively limited exploration of the East Coast lore and world building. Bethesda seemed unsure where to take the franchise. Canonically, the East Coast was devastated to a much larger degree than the West, and on top of that, the experiments that Vault-Tec were running were much more experimental than those from the vaults in the West.
The Overseer has been implanting these murderous intentions in the entire Vault population without my knowledge, using the loudspeakers in the dorms instead of just the studios. He subjected everyone to the white noise as they slept. He then implanted combat suggestions he claims came from Vault-Tec himself. He must be completely insane. No observation, no controls. I'm going to have to confront him now.
But in Fallout 4, the world almost feels too alive, too civilized. Fallout 4 should have felt more like Stalker than Borderlands. 4 traded New Vegas' survival and RPG mechanics for base building and gunplay.
Love slots? The DraftKings Casino.
Love slots? I'm Kevin Hart. I'm going to advertise you gambling, the ultimate vice. Yuck, yuck,
Overall
yuck.
gameplay may feel newer and smoother than its predecessors, but that's to be expected. It's a newer game after all. Other than the surface-level polish, Fallout 4's gunplay actually progressed in many ways. They ripped out core features from previous games, and they couldn't even get the basics right. For example, when you reload a lever-action rifle in Fallout 4, you always reload 5 rounds, even if you only shot 1 bullet. Obviously, that doesn't make any sense, and you don't need to be a gun expert to understand that. You just need a functioning brain and the ability to count. Not only is this grossly unimmersive, but it's also detrimental to the gameplay. The lack of a proper reload system means that the lever-action will always have a super long reload, which hinders the gun's performance. Meanwhile, in New Vegas, if you shoot a lever-action 1 time, you reload just 1 bullet. You shoot it twice, you reload 2 bullets. It's freaking amazing. Mind you, Obsidian had to craft up this mechanic with a ragtag Gamebryo engine, all under strict time constraints too, so it's quite a feat. Bethesda could have easily implemented this mechanic into Fallout 4, but either through negligence or sheer incompetence, they just didn't. New Vegas also had various ammunition types to add more depth to the gunplay. Armor could completely negate damage if it was lower than a certain threshold, so if you try to use a low-caliber round against heavy armor or a robot, it's not gonna do much. For these enemies, you have to use armor-penetrating rounds to punch through that armor. But if you're dealing with a fleshy, unarmored enemy, you can load your gun with hollow points for more raw damage. And of course, there's the epic 50 caliber high explosive rounds for when you need to deal with a whole pack of death claws. It's really expensive, but man, does it pack a punch. There's a boatload of variety to the shotgun loads especially. There's typical buckshot, slug rounds, flechettes, magnum loads, dragon's breath, even coin shot and beanbag loads. Each shotgun load plays differently. They have their own niche. But in Fallout 4, all you get is standard buckshot. That's it. You don't even have the option for slugs. There's no variety to the ammunition at all. Everything is just standard ammunition. Well, kinda. You can get guns with armor-penetrating rounds, or even explosive rounds, but it's not a different ammunition type. It's treated as an upgrade to the gun itself. Like, in order to get armor penetration, you don't load the gun with armor-penetrating rounds. Instead, you have to bring the gun to a workbench and upgrade the receiver to an armor-penetrating receiver. But that's not how guns work. A gun's receiver doesn't magically transform the bullet into an armor-penetrating round. You gotta load in armor-piercing rounds in the first place. Getting explosive rounds is even stupider. There's no craftable upgrade for it. Instead, you have to grind for hours in hopes that you get a legendary drop with the explosive trait. And once you get one, you now have the most broken gun in the entire game, all for no added cost. Each explosive round in New Vegas came at a cost. You had to scrounge up or pay for every bullet, and once you ran out, you ran out. But in Fallout 4, once you get that legendary explosive upgrade, you're set for life, because you can keep buying cheap regular bullets and still get explosive performance. It's all part of Bethesda's philosophy to dumb down the gameplay. They don't want you to think or have to learn how guns work. They just want you to mindlessly run around and shoot things in a shooting gallery. But in New Vegas, you're treated like an adult. You're expected to figure things out and understand how they work. Like if you're a gun nut, you would understand that you can load 38 Special into any gun chambered in 357. And guess what? You can do exactly that in New Vegas. 38 Special does less damage, but it's cheaper than 357. Worth it if you're just trying to take out low-level geckos or mole rats. There are surplus rounds for rifles too, if you're on a budget and can't and jamming. You see, guns in real life don't always work flawlessly. Just like anything else mechanical, they require regular care and maintenance. If the gun gets too dirty or gunked up, it may fail to load or extract ammunition properly, thus causing a jam. New Vegas implements this by giving each weapon a durability stat. Each shot will slowly decrease the durability, and the lower it gets, the higher chance you have of getting a jam. When that happens, you can't shoot until your character clears the jam, and it's done via a cool and unique animation. To repair your gun, you need to invest in the repair skill, and to use parts from a donor gun, or pay a hefty price at a repairman. At low levels especially, most of the guns you come across will already be worn down heavily, so they'll jam quite often. It can be frustrating to deal with, and it'll probably get you killed a few times, but that's the point. This is supposed to be a harsh post-apocalyptic world. These guns aren't going to be in tip-top shape. They're beaten to hell just like everything else. You need to level up and progress through the game to get to the good stuff, and when you finally earn that takes place in, the weapon durability and jamming really adds that extra layer of depth and immersion to the gunplay. Without it, the guns feel too safe, too sanitized. It doesn't feel like you're in a dangerous and dirty wasteland. It feels like shooting those plastic guns at the arcade.
Now, I'm sure at this point you're thinking this video is a dunk fest on Fallout 4. And it is, to a degree. But standalone, Fallout 4 is a great game. It introduced so many people, including myself, to the franchise. The game is genuinely fun, which can't be said for so many modern games. The companions are lovable and well-written, the environments are gorgeous, and there are so many small details that just weren't possible to put into the previous entries. But when you look at it under the scope of the entire Fallout franchise, it just doesn't fit in.
I've said it best to my parents. Fallout 4 is a good action-adventure game, but it's not really a good RPG. You know what I mean? It's a great action-adventure game, and it's really fun. But you have, like, no role-playing options in that game at all.
With the entire Fallout franchise, it just doesn't fit in.
It does not work.
Fallout 4's biggest flaw isn't that it's a bad game, it's that it's a bad Fallout game. It felt like a divergence from what made the series special in the first place. Bethesda, intentionally or not, streamlined and simplified the RPG mechanics to appeal to a broader audience.
Yes.
The deep, intricate role-playing elements that defined Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas were exchanged for a more action-oriented experience. And while that shift made Fallout 4 more accessible, it came at the cost of the franchise's identity. One of the most egregious examples of this was the dialogue system. In New Vegas, the player character wasn't fully voiced, which gave you the freedom to project your own personality onto them. The dialogue choices were robust, filled with skill checks, unique responses, and varying tones. You had full control over who you wanted to be. Then, Fallout 4 gave us the dialogue wheel.
Good morning!
Every conversation boiled down to 4 options. Yes, sarcastic yes, no, and question before saying yes. The nuance of previous games was stripped away, leaving behind an RPG system that barely even qualified as role-playing. You weren't role-playing a character, you were just selecting how politely you wanted to say yes to an NPC. Gone were the complex speech checks that rewarded investment in non-combat skills. Gone were the intricate dialogue trees that made each conversation feel meaningful. It was all dumbed down into a system that at best functioned like a Mass Effect knockoff and, at worst, made every player feel like the same person, no matter what choices they made. And this was all in service of a fully voiced protagonist. Now, I don't inherently have an issue with voice protagonists in RPGs.
No, it's
Mass Effect, The Witcher, and even Cyberpunk have all done it well. But Fallout has always been about choice. And when you lock the player into a specific voice with a specific backstory, a loving spouse, a happy pre-war life, a missing son, you limit that choice. New Vegas lets you be anything, do anything. You could be a sleazy casino rat, a hard-nosed bounty hunter, a crazed chem addict, or even a pacifist diplomat. But Fallout 4 forces you to be a parent on a quest to find their son. It removes the blank slate. And in doing so, it restricts the role-playing in a series that was built on it. Even the storytelling in Fallout 4 felt different. Bethesda has always excelled at world-building through environmental storytelling, and Fallout 4 is no exception. The scattered notes, terminal entries, and random skeleton placements all do a fantastic job of painting a picture of the world before and after the bombs fell. But what about the main story? It's a rehash of Fallout 3.
Yeah.
With a few twists to make it...
It's literally like the reverse of Fallout 3. Instead of you looking for your father, you're the father looking for your son. It's like, what the fuck? Think of something original next time.
Feel new. Instead of finding your dad, you're finding your son. Instead of choosing between the Enclave and the Brotherhood, you're choosing between the Institute, the Brotherhood, the Minutemen, or the Railroad. The structure is painfully similar, but 4 lacks the emotional weight that 3 had. And that's because the mystery isn't compelling. The moment you witness Baby Sean being taken from the cryopod, you know there's going to be a time skip. The second you see the Institute's tech, you know they're going to be involved in some capacity. The big twist? Sean is the leader of the Institute, and this feels more like a forced plot device than a shocking revelation. In New Vegas, your journey was about piecing together what happened to you, who shot you, why, what factions are vying for power in the Mojave, and where do you fit into the chaos. It was a story of revenge, politics, and survival, shaped entirely by the player's choices. Fallout 4's story, on the other hand, is about the Institute, not the player. You're just along for the ride, forced into a personal stake that you might not even care about. Again, none of this is to say that Fallout 4 is bad.
No.
It's just different. And honestly, if it had been a new IP instead of a Fallout game, it probably would have been remembered more fondly. There's no denying that Fallout 4's world is fun to explore and that its combat is vastly,
I have hundreds of hours
relatively
into Fallout
improved
4.
over the
It's
previous
a fun
entries,
game.
and its companion system is one of Bethesda's
Fallout
best.
Game.
Again, some of my fondest gaming memories are in Fallout 4.
Yeah.
But looking back on...
I have a really fun memory where I was stuck in a save point where every time I kept reloading, it would load me in right as I was getting shot by a super mutant. So I just kept dying, and I just kept reloading and dying, and reloading and dying, and reloading and dying, and reloading and dying. I had to reload for I had to go back 2 hours of gameplay. It pissed me off so much. Some of my favorite memories are in Fallout, but it's not, or Fallout 4, but it's not a good Fallout game. It's a good action-adventure game. It's not a good Fallout game.
And now, I can only see what it could have been. Obviously, there are limitations when it comes to scope, but there was a decision made from Bethesda at the very start, long before any code or assets were even created, that shaped what kind of game Fallout 4 would be. But this is all part of a larger trend in gaming, one where accessibility and mass market appeal take priority over depth and complexity. Fallout 4 wasn't made to be a hardcore RPG, it was made to be an open-world action game with light RPG elements. And for a lot of people, including myself, that was awesome. But for longtime fans of the series, it was a turning point, a signal that Bethesda was no longer making Fallout for them. And in a way, that's why Fallout 76 was inevitable. Fallout 4 proved that Bethesda was willing to push the franchise in a more mainstream, multiplayer-friendly direction. The next step was to strip out all the RPG elements even further, and turn Fallout into a live service experience. And, well, we all saw how well that went.
I don't like Fallout 76.
Well, we all saw how well that went. The good news? Fallout as a franchise is bigger than Bethesda. New Vegas proved that another studio could take the series in a bold new direction while still respecting its roots. And with Microsoft's acquisition of Bethesda, the idea of another Obsidian-made Fallout isn't completely out of the question. Fallout 4 wasn't the end of Fallout. It was just a weird detour. A fun and entertaining, but ultimately misplaced detour in a series that deserves better. But hey, at least the power armor was cool. There are plenty of ways to tell a story in a video game, but not all of them are created equally. Some games rely on exposition dumps, forcing players to sit through long-winded explanations about the world and its conflicts. Others favor cinematic storytelling, treating the player like an audience rather than an active participant. And then there are games like New Vegas, which take a much more natural approach, where the story unfolds around you, shaped by your choices, your discoveries, and most importantly, your actions. Storytelling in New Vegas is a testament to the idea that video games are an interactive medium first and foremost. Instead of trying to force-feed you information, it gives you the pieces and lets you put them together yourself. This approach not only makes the world feel richer, but it also makes the player feel like they're uncovering something real, rather than just playing through a script. And not all games can achieve this level of mastery. Some fumble their storytelling by limiting player agency, others by failing to make the world feel alive. And in some cases, the narrative actively contradicts the gameplay, creating an experience that feels disjointed and hollow. What makes New Vegas special is that it doesn't treat the player like an outsider being guided through a theme park. It treats them like someone who belongs in the world. This is achieved through 3 key elements: player choice, environmental storytelling, and narrative reactivity. First, let's talk about choice. A great RPG doesn't just give players dialogue options, it gives them real power over how the story unfolds. In New Vegas, you're not just making decisions about which faction to side with, you're making choices that determine the fate of entire towns, people, and economies. Do you side with the NCR, hoping to restore order to the Mojave, even if it means submitting to bureaucratic control? Do you throw your lot in with Mr. House, betting on a vision of progress that leaves no room for weakness? Or do you support Caesar's Legion, embracing the brutality of the wasteland in name of order and discipline? These aren't simple good or evil choices. Every option comes with trade-offs, and every path has consequences. There's no golden ending where everyone lives happily ever after. The world is messy, and the game trusts you to navigate that mess on your own terms. But choice alone isn't enough. To make a world really feel alive, you also need to tell the story through its environment. The Mojave is littered with details that hint at a larger world beyond the immediate conflict. Abandoned buildings contain skeletons frozen in their last desperate moments. A broken down caravan with a single set of tracks leading away suggests betrayal. A half-written letter left on a corpse tells of a journey cut short. You can ignore these details and still enjoy the game, but for players who take the time to explore, every location has something to say. Vaults, in particular, are some of the best examples of New Vegas' environmental storytelling. Vault 11, for example, is seemingly abandoned when you first arrive. But as you dig deeper, reading terminal entries and listening to old audio logs, the story of what happened there begins to unfold.
Wait. People should know what happened. They could learn from it. If there's anyone out there at all, I hope they never have to find out. Ready, Harry?
Yeah. No, wait!
You quickly learn that the Vault's dwellers were forced to sacrifice one of their own every year, believing that it was the only way to keep the Vault operational.
Congratulations, martyr. Your fantastic journey is only just beginning. Please proceed to the light. The light is calming and puts your mind at ease. Go to the light. Please sit in the chair. The show is about to begin. What a great life. Living it has been its own reward. But it is only the beginning. Close your eyes now and imagine what joys await you in the next life, the afterlife. Can you see them? Good.
When they finally decided to refuse, expecting punishment from their unseen overlords, nothing happened. They had been killing each other for nothing. The Vault's twisted social experiment had broken them, leaving behind only a grim message for anyone who might stumble upon it in the future.
Congratulations, citizens of Vault 11. You have made the decision not to sacrifice one of your own. You can walk with your head held high, knowing that your commitment to human life is a shining example to us all.
But worst of all was Vault 19. Vault 19 implemented a paranoia-inducing experiment by segregating its inhabitants into two groups, Red Sector and Blue Sector. Experiment by segregating its inhabitants into two groups, Red Sector and Blue Sector, and they intentionally limited interaction between them. Each sector had its own overseer, and the overseers of each side would try to induce said paranoia by flashing lights, fiddling with the ventilation, and playing strange, high-pitched noises. Now, these may seem like very insignificant things, and that was the exact point. Vault-Tec was trying to see how little could be done to create paranoia between two groups, which isn't very unsimilar from the CIA's Project Artichoke, a series of tests that began in 1951 where subjects were exposed to high-frequency noise, flashing lights, and sleep deprivation. This was to see if paranoia could make subjects more susceptible to control and manipulation.
I don't have to.
There's something that I'm sure all of us experienced when playing New Vegas for the first time. Something hard to put into words. When you leave Goodsprings and begin exploring with an empty map, you slowly begin to understand the true scale of the game. You'll walk for 10 minutes south and realize you've only scaled a small portion of it. And when every single location you visit is full of so many characters with their own personal conflicts within themselves and their communities, you're immediately latched onto by this world. My first time in Prim was the moment I fell in love with the game. You find a courier post, which you think may have some useful information on what has happened to you, and you ask around town for info on Benny and yourself. You're given crumbs of information, but it's just enough to engage you even more and fuel your desire for solving this mystery. You can help the town find a new sheriff, figure out why the NCR is camped just outside, and walk on the roller coaster. All of this and even more to do in just one small place in a very big world. But the most interesting part of it all is the gun missing from the display case in front of Vicky and Vance's, Bonnie and Clyde's, car. It's something that only a keen eye may notice. But if you do, you can start to look into it. You can ask around and Johnson Nash will tell you it's stolen. Not much info. But on your travels, you may just find it by surprise. These kind of connections are sprinkled all throughout New Vegas, and by just looking around and appreciating the detail, you'll begin to discover so many hidden parts of the game naturally. New Vegas is one of those games where 100%ing it isn't an absolutely mind-numbing grind fest. If you play through the main storyline without much thought, it's easy to pass off the game as boring. Like, think about it. It's almost too easy for a first-time player to rush their way to the big glowing city they see out in the distance, realize they're too damn broke to be let in, look up some YouTube tutorial which shows them how to get a passport from Mick and Ralph's, waltz into the tops and shoot Benny on the spot with a single-shot shotgun they found on a dead powder ganger, take the platinum chip, get told that Mr. House is looking to speak with them, hand it over to the guy because, well, wasn't that the whole point of all this anyway? And bam, do a couple more errands for him and head over to Hoover Dam and finish the game. That's not much of an experience or story. Sure, the Cazadores and Deathclaws may dissuade a player from rushing to the strip too early, but if they're as stubborn as I am, it's easily cheesable with quick saves. This is one of the times where New Vegas' overwhelming dedication to freedom of choice can be a bad thing. And while the scenario I made up is pretty unlikely and a bit hyperbolic, New Vegas never really does anything to slow you down. And taking things slow is the best way to take things in the Mojave. This is far superior to the alternative of putting a big pile of rocks or a locked gate at the halfway point of the map to stop players from going too far before experiencing whatever the developers decided was enough of that area before letting them move on. But there must have been another way to push players a little more in the right direction. And if you're bad at listening like me, some of the dialogue can be hard to follow. And I'm not crediting this as a fault of New Vegas, but rather my own. The amount of information you're presented with in New Vegas can be overwhelming at times, and trying to micromanage 7 different quest lines and make sure that you're not destroying your relationship with a faction by doing or not doing a quest can be quite stressful. And this whole thing gets much worse if you decide to take a break from the game for, let's say, a week, and you hop back on in the middle of something completely chaotic, and you're trying to figure out what the hell is going on and what the hell you were doing from what might as well be someone spitting on a napkin as a form of record keeping. My brain just isn't wired for that kind of memorization and figuring out complex, interconnected storylines. I'm better at smashing a bunch of polygons together and calling it art. Maybe I'm just dumb, but this was one of the things in New Vegas that made me not want to play it at times. I just wanted to go on adventures and explore, but at about the halfway point of the game, it felt more like a game of Crusader Kings 3 than an action RPG. And this is where I made the unfortunate mistake of trying to skip some quest lines and branching stories to get to the meat and potatoes of the game. I missed out on some of the best things the game had to offer because it was all too much at one point. I've already insinuated that there is no wrong way to play the game, and that's kind of the magic of it, but I think somehow I found a way to play it wrong. After beating the game for the first time, I began to talk with some of my friends who were longtime fans of the game and who were also the ones who convinced me to play it. When they were asking me about my experience, they questioned me about things I had no idea even existed, telling me I could have gotten a giant space laser, and that the remote for it is some broken-looking toy gun that kids in Freeside were playing with, and that there's a quest where you have to expose a secret cannibal cabal and save the victim's life, or that you can repair the brain of a cybernetic dog and he can be your companion. I felt like I'd played a completely different game. All of this is to say that it's entirely possible that many of the people who tried New Vegas never got to understand what made it so compelling, and why many of the people coming from the action-packed Fallout 3 may not have enjoyed New Vegas on release.
Yep. Because they just want the instant dopamine. They just want the rush. And this game's not about that.
May not have enjoyed New Vegas on release. Almost everyone agrees that New Vegas is a great game, and I'm certainly not receiving any awards for originality by saying it is. When was the last time an RPG has been held to such a high regard? Okay, yes, I know. I'll get to that later. But for now, my question is, behind the scenes, what made Fallout New Vegas such an outstanding game? In 2009, Bethesda approached Obsidian with a simple idea. Make a new Fallout game with their relatively new engine that was used for Fallout 3. And at the time, Obsidian was in the middle of working on another RPG, Sega's Alpha Protocol. And somehow, they were up for the challenge of developing both RPGs concurrently. And part of Bethesda's agreement with Obsidian was that they would only have 18 months to finish the project. Obsidian CEO, Fergus Urquhart, insisted that they take on the challenge because I've got 200 people and they've all got to be paid. That changes your whole mindset. That means there's always a gun to your head. Not only did they have an insanely small window of time to produce such an in-depth game, but they were also working on another RPG. Obsidian split their development team between both games, and somehow managed to produce one of the most highly regarded games of all time. So, what was it that contributed to their masterpiece? Many of Obsidian's key developers, including Chris Avallone, Josh Sawyer, and Fergus Urquhart, had previously worked at Black Isle Studios, the division of Interplay that created the original Fallout games. Given their experience and deep connection with the franchise, they were the best picks for the job. Josh Sawyer specifically was the one who pushed for more traditional RPG elements. He introduced the hardcore option of the game, which added things like ammo weight, dehydration, and hunger, which gave players the choice to have a completely different experience, one more focused on survival. And more importantly, he wanted the factions to be morally gray. The NCR had good intentions, but they had questionable methods. The Legion was brutal and authoritarian, but offered stability and order to the Wasteland. He insisted that there would never be an easy, correct choice to make. Having a director with such a clear vision for what they want their game to be is so essential to creating something great. Just like with movies. When you have too many creative inputs for a single end goal, the results become diluted. Andy Muschietti directed both the screen adaptation of Stephen King's It and The Flash. Yes, both of these movies were directed by the same man.
Yep.
It had a budget of $35 million and grossed nearly $8. When you have too many creative inputs for a single end goal, the results become diluted. Andy Muschietti directed both the screen adaptation of Stephen King's It and The Flash. Yes, both of these movies were directed by the same man. It had a budget of $35 million and grossed nearly $8 billion globally, whereas The Flash was rumored to have a budget between $200 and $300 million and only grossed $271 worldwide. It was a complete box office flop. Not only rated it significantly lower than Muschietti's previous films. One of The Flash's largest critiques were its lackluster visual effects. Like, okay, how bad could they really be, right? Oh, wow. What caused this? They must have cheaped out on the VFX studio, right? Let's see who did the VFX for The Flash. DNEG. Well, these guys must really suck. Oh, okay. So, how does this happen? How can the same company be responsible for arguably both some of the best and some of the worst VFX seen in recent years? Well, I'll let Zach Mulligan, one of the people who worked on The Flash, explain.
If you thought The Flash had bad CGI, I can tell you why, because I worked on the movie. In the past couple of years, it seems like there's been an increase in the amount of complaints about bad CGI in superhero movies. I have 2,000 shots that I need for this sequence, and the VFX studios will place a bid based on that quantity of shots. But here's the catch. The amount of work per shot varies dramatically, so one shot could have a wire removal, another shot could have wire removal, smoke sim, fire sim, face replacement, green screen. In fact, I had to be the one to call artists on a Friday night to say, hey, can you work over the weekend? Which is part of the reason why I left after 3 months. If you leave in on a little secret, movie studios don't care about good CGI. They just don't. So if it looks like a VFX shot in The Flash was made in a week, call artists on a Friday night to say, hey, can you work over the weekend? Which is part of the reason why I left after 3 months. If you leave in on a little secret, movie studios don't care about good CGI. They just don't. So if it looks like a VFX shot in The Flash was made in a week, it's probably because it was.
Okay, but we're talking about video games, not movies, right? Bit of a strange coincidence there, isn't it? Ultimately, as Zach said, these companies answer to the shareholders, who just happen to be the same across both the movie and video game industry. And when the shareholders put profit over art, this is what we get. Overworked artists, loot boxes, battle passes. Passes, endless sequels, 10 times the detail, subscription services, superhero and animation slop. It goes on, and it gets worse and worse, and now AI is getting into the mix. But it isn't all bad. Video games have always been about money. From the Atari to arcades to the Xbox 360, it's been profit-driven from the very start. So, have CEOs and investors just gotten exponentially more greedy over the last 40 years?
Yes.
Well, maybe, but I'm not satisfied with that answer. I find it hard to believe that somehow just 4 decades ago, executives were just okay with not maximizing their profits to such a cutthroat degree. And now, somehow they are. The SNES launched in 1991 at a price of $180, which is $524 in today's money. About the same price as a PS5 or whatever the latest Xbox's name is.
Owns EA.
But the games were
still
$60, which is $175 in today's money. Imagine paying nearly $200 to play this. Obviously, this is a dumb comparison to make because the standard was much lower in terms of scope and fidelity in the 90s, so let me give you another example. Imagine paying nearly $200 to play this today. The price hasn't budged in nearly 40 years for most games, although recently we have seen some games start to creep up to $70. But nowadays, the real moneymaker isn't in the price of the game or the console, rather, microtransactions. Hell, the most popular and profitable game in the world right now is free. At this point,
some games, pretty much every game. I'm gonna stop you right there, Buster. Pretty much every game that's made by a developer that's not independent is about $60 to $70.
Most of us are aware of this, yet we still all are a part of it. I myself am guilty of buying that shiny new skin on Hunt Showdown every now and then. And the thing is, battle passes and loot boxes won't go away until people stop buying them. And I don't see that happening anytime soon. Helldivers 2 is one of those shiny examples in modern gaming. Yes, it has battle passes, but you can always go back and buy them at any time. There's no FOMO. And you can even use the currency used for buying said battle passes in-game, although it'll probably take a lot of grinding. The point is, it's not all bad. And in many ways, it's a lot better. Gaming is more accessible than ever, with handhelds that are 5 times more powerful than consoles from 10 years ago. And digital storefronts like Steam make games easier and cheaper to get than ever.
Yeah.
And not to mention the accessibility and insane variety of indie and AA titles. We're completely spoiled. Yet, at the same time, the AAA market is lacking. Severely. The most beloved and played games are from 10 to 15 years ago. In fact, the most played games on Steam have an average age of 8 years. That's the average. So a significant portion of gamers are playing games that are even older than 8 years. Additionally, only 15% of Steam users' time was spent playing games that were released in 2024. So a massive portion of the gaming community would still rather play old, fun games over most of what is coming out today. Some may argue that this is just a case of gamers' nostalgia, and to a degree, it is. But recent games like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 really go to show that great RPGs and games in general are still possible. When you have a dedicated and passionate dev team who is given the proper time to make their game, you get something magical. Video games as a whole are an art form, and a relatively new one at that, but they are also the combination of almost every art form there is. Writing, sculpting, acting, painting, music, film, and so much is the emphasis art and technology. And over the years, artists have made their craft. 1990, Square released Doom.
Brought to you by Rogue.
Released Doom. And almost 30 years later, they released Doom. The progression of this art form in such a small period of time is almost unbelievable. At least technologically. A game that came out 7 years ago arguably still has some of the best graphics and level of detail in any game up to this point. Sure, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is starting to push that envelope slightly in terms of making a truly lively world, but these two games are being compared to each other. That's like comparing Half-Life to Super Mario 3 in 1998. Look how much gaming progressed in those 7 years between 91 and 98. And now we're just getting slightly better AI upscaling. Again, gamers love to complain, and many are impossible to satisfy, myself included, but no matter how nostalgia-infested our brains may be, it's still a fact that something is happening in the industry. Moore's law states the number of integrated transistors in an integrated circuit doubles every 2 years. Or, in layman's terms, theoretically, every 2 years, computers should become twice as powerful while remaining the same size. This theory was proposed by Gordon Moore in 1975, and it was very accurate until about 2010. In fact, in September of 2022, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang considered Moore's law dead. And it is. The shiny new 5090 is only about 30% better than the 4090, which is significant. But, it also uses 30% more power, so it's just increasing its performance linearly with the 4090 by drawing more power. Obviously, this is a technical limitation, and that's okay. Most gamers aren't asking for better graphics. Most gamers want better games. Graphics have now become a marketing ploy. If a game came out today that had some ridiculously realistic graphics, something major, a huge leap in fidelity we haven't seen in years, lots of people would talk about it. But if the game itself wasn't fun or engaging, it would be forgotten the second other games catch up with their graphics. Fallout New Vegas is ugly by today's standards, but millions of people still play, talk, and make YouTube videos about it, because at its core, it's remarkably immersive and fun. What people want is fun games. Games that you don't need a PC the price of a car to run at a stable frame rate. Obviously, there is some part of the human mind that has this innate desire to recreate reality, to make our own universe. And that's been a major part of every art form since the beginning of humanity. Making breathtakingly realistic graphics is undoubtedly an art form like any other, and it takes an insane amount of effort from so many talented and hardworking people. And it should without a doubt be appreciated. But graphics alone do not make the game.
Yep.
Beyond the encroachment of technical plateaus, the industry has become corrupted. Gone are the days of individualistic, coordinated dev teams making something they are passionate about. Now the work is outsourced to teams across the globe that sometimes don't even understand the greater scope of what they're working on. Obviously, there are still great examples of games coming out today that are both successful and well-made, such as Baldur's Gate 3 and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. But these are not AAA games. Both of the most well-made and well-received RPGs in recent memory have been made by AA indie studios. And this isn't to say that big-budget games can't be great, but the modern AAA industry is built on an unsustainable model. The cost of developing these massive games has skyrocketed, and publishers have prioritized shareholder profits over creative risks. That's why so many of today's biggest releases feel safe, repetitive, or outright unfinished. The focus isn't on creating a unique artistic experience, on keeping players engaged just enough to milk them out for every penny. Look at the way major publishers push out live service games that crumble within a year. Anthem, Babylon's Fall, Marvel's Avengers, all games that had potential but were designed around engagement metrics and battle passes rather than fun. There's a reason why single-player games have seen such a resurgence despite publishers swearing for years that single-player is dead. People don't want to be endlessly strung along. They want complete, meaningful experiences. And this problem isn't just limited to monetization. The sheer scale of modern game development means that many studios have lost their creative soul. When you have 15 different studios working on a single game, all under crushing deadlines, you lose cohesion. You lose direction. You end up with a product that feels focus-tested to death. A game made by a committee rather than a group of artists. Compare that to something like Dark Souls. A game that was famously difficult to pitch, but became one of the most influential titles of the modern era. Would a game like Dark Souls even get made today in the AAA industry?
No.
Or would it be rejected for not having enough mass appeal? For being too...
But what about Elden Ring? But what about Elden Ring? Yeah, the only reason Elden Ring got made is because of Dark Souls. Dark Souls would not get pitched today. It would not be made today. You could not make Dark Souls today. You couldn't do it.
Too risky. Too niche.
Too risky.
Love slots? The draft.
Love slots? Let me pitch you some gambling.
Appeal for being too risky, too niche. This is why smaller studios are leading the charge in innovation. Larian took a risk with Baldur's Gate 3, betting on a hardcore RPG in an era where publishers have been dumbing down their games for wider audiences. Kingdom Come Deliverance, despite being a rough and ambitious game, offered an experience that no other RPG did at the time. These games weren't designed around microtransactions or engagement farming. They were designed with love and care by people who actually wanted to make something meaningful. The irony is that despite all the talk about technological plateaus, it isn't the limits of hardware that's holding gaming back. It's the industry itself. The industry has plateaued not because we can't make better games, but because the people in charge of making them have stopped taking risks. And yet, despite all this, gaming still thrives. Because no matter how much the AAA side of the industry fumbles, no matter how many cash grabs get shoved into digital storefronts, there will always be people out there making great games. And as long as there are developers who care about the medium, and players who care about experiencing something unique, gaming will never truly stagnate. But man, imagine if we had both. Imagine if we had AAA budgets combined with the passion of indie developers. Imagine if the biggest studios in the world prioritize creativity over quarterly earnings. Maybe then we'd stop plateauing. There are a lot of other things that people attribute to the downfall of AAA gaming. Yeah, let's keep that door closed. But the reality is, things are changing. Rapidly. And as nice as it is to look back fondly on games that we all loved and try to compare it to the modern disasters we see today, there is only so much we can do. Until AAA studios see that deep and well-crafted single-player games still have a market, we will only continue to see this garbage. I know I've brought this up so many times already, but Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and Baldur's Gate 3 give me some hope that there is a new golden era of gaming on the horizon. Obsidian just released Avowed, and they also have Outer Worlds 2 coming this year. So I'll be interested to see if the same studio that made New Vegas can make another outstanding RPG. But the thing is, this Obsidian isn't really the same studio that made New Vegas. Sure, it has the same name, but almost every developer that worked there in 2010 is now long gone. And the studio was recently purchased by Microsoft. So again, even Obsidian has fallen under the conglomerate of BlackRock and Vanguard. I've worked at a small family company that got bought out by a bigger corporation, and before the buyout we were told over and over again that nothing would change. But within a week of the buyout, there was lots of changes. And none of the employees were happy with them. These sorts of buyouts are inevitable for some companies, but to see almost every game company slowly get swallowed into the black hole of one massive corporation is saddening. We're seeing a lack of variety and innovation, and studios are leeching onto the last bit of hope, nostalgia, and hype that they can muster from consumers. But on a positive note, New Vegas is good. And after playing a game like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I think it's finally starting to show its age. Most importantly, New Vegas captures the Fallout vibe that all of us would love to see revitalized in the upcoming season of the Fallout show, and even possibly in a future Fallout game. I know that Fallout 4 and 76 have sort of re-canonicalized the art direction and tone, but if they've changed it before, they can do it again. There are fan projects like Fallout 4 New Vegas and Fallout London that go to show just how passionate the fans of the series are, and how badly they want a new entry in the series that holds true to what made them fall in love with the franchise in the first place. This is something that executives are looking past, and it's hard to blame them. If thoughtful, well-crafted, and expensive games made more money for the company, that's what they'd push for. But they don't give half of a shit if people hate a game, because it still makes more money. Activision's stock price continues to soar, despite them continuing to pump out hot, microtransaction-filled garbage. It doesn't matter if the games are good, it just matters that it sells better than the last release. For a long time, Bethesda games had a reputation of being buggy, almost unplayably buggy at times. But despite this, people would always fall in love with the worlds that they crafted. But with the release of 76 and Starfield, not only were they incredibly buggy, but at their core, they were bad games. Bethesda has taken a significant turn for the worst, and if they don't revitalize their reputation with Elder Scrolls 6, we may never see another Fallout game from them again. And that could be the best thing for the franchise in a long time.
True.
I'm very addicted to cocaine. I want to stop. So rather than talk to a drug counselor or any type of counselor or a therapist or a doctor, I call my accountant. And I go, hey, I'm addicted to coke. You need to stop giving me money. Don't give me any cash. And he goes, oh my God, this is not what I signed up for. I go, the only way you can give me cash is if I email you and CC my doctor. That's the new rule. I'm immediately mad about the rule. Wants me to email him with my doctor? So rather than pick up the phone and call him back and say, hey, that's not a rule anymore, which I could totally do because I'm a grown man and he works for me, instead, I spend the next 6 months finding elaborate ways to steal my own money from myself.
I think that's where I'm going to end it for today. I hope you enjoyed. We've been live for about 4 hours. Almost 5 hours. Yeah.